What's up, Joseph? You've gone all California on me now, man. I'm going to have to start calling you Joey Q because, you're all California now. We got to start calling you Joey.
I'm definitely not a Joey.
Yeah, Joey Q. That's your new name. You're like, no more Rupert Pumpernickels. Well, yes, you'll always be Rupert. But now I'm going to start calling you Joey Q. You're all racing every day, going to the track all the time, hanging out at OCRC. You're all California now.
I prefer Rupert over Joey.
Well, Joey Q, California Joe. Just like Mike Hill and California Mike, you're California Joe. But you do look like you're enjoying yourself there in California.
I'm not Joe either. I'm Joseph, JQ. That's it.
No, Josie. I'm going to call you Josie.
Only Mike can call me Josie.
No.
Nitro is the glory. Welcome to the No Name RC podcast with your host tonight, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and if you are unlucky, the Finnish village idiot, JQ. This is the RC podcast with no name, but plenty of content. So sit back, relax, and get ready for some serious bench racing.
Yes, indeed. Nitro is the glory, but E-Buggy pays the bills. What's going on, everybody? Welcome to episode number 55 of the No Name RC podcast. I'm your host, Keenan White, aka Lefty the Great, and I'm back from Fall Brawl. I'm fully recovered from my little bit of sickness that I got. I guess I'm not used to all that cold, rainy weather that we experienced up there. My flight got canceled I was supposed to be home Tuesday. I ended up getting home till 5 o'clock Friday morning, but it's all good. I'm home. It's almost Christmas time. I love Christmas. Getting excited for the holidays, but I have to bring this podcast to you guys, so probably my last podcast for the year. So I guess this is Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody. And I just want to say thank you to everybody that has supported. I want to thank everybody that donated to the GoFundMe to go to Fall Brawl. I had fun. I hope you guys enjoyed the pit walk. I had a few people say they would like to see that in video, so maybe that will happen the next race I go. I will do it via video. So we have episode 55. My guest this week is Anthony Westergaard of Factory Tracks. Had a great chat with him. Remember, if you're a Patreon, you got early access to the interview. I appreciate all the support that we get from everybody, but if you wish to go that extra mile and become a patron, you can. You go to patreon.com/ in capital letters, NNRC podcast. Well, podcast is in small letters. Every little bit helps. I appreciate all the patrons that have supported. I know a lot of people supported via the JQ Patreon, but now this is directly to the podcast. So I know some people didn't want to really go through JQ, so if you didn't want to do that, you can do it here. So I appreciate it. Definitely helps to going towards making the podcast better. Thank you to all of the No Name RC podcast squad, all the guys that I met, new people that I met at Fall Brawl. That's what I like about big races. Going to races, meeting new people, reconnecting with other people. It's been a while since I had been on the East Coast. I think PNB was my last time. So that was April. So it was good to go out there and hang out. Go there and hang out with people. Good people. I love racing on the East Coast. The vibe is great. A lot of people from the Northeast came down. So I met a lot of people from there. And Fall Brawl was cool. Little cold, little rainy, but it was some beautiful days as well. So it was a good race. Little burnt out, ready for my break, ready for holidays. It's end of the year. So it's just a good time of year for me. I love Christmas. I said that already, but I really enjoy Christmas, so I'm happy. Maybe Santa would be good to me this year. I know he's going to be good to my son and my daughter. So good stuff. Thank you all from the bottom of my heart, the No Name RC podcast squad. You guys make it all worth it, and I can't do any of this without you. So shout outs to you guys, man. Appreciate everything that you do. All the love. I see people rocking the shirts. I love it. I'm going to get some more shirts made so you guys can rock them out. So thank you. I'd like to take this time to shout out to our sponsors, RCMX Online, Next up, Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit. Shout out to Assault RC. Assault RC is your go-to for all your performance enhancement needs, lube, specialty tools, gauges, tool holders. Assault RC is the place to find what you need. Go to www.assaultrc.com. Use promo code LEFTY19 and you will get 10% off your order. Next up is Tekno RC. Thank you to Shawn Alcorn for coming on. Braap Nitro is the glory. That's his logo. Shawn, was a great chat with Shawn. Remember, the Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in competitive, dependable, and affordable 8th and 10th scale buggies and trucks for racers and RC enthusiasts. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their vehicles, parts, hop-ups, and accessories. JQ Racing Rant. So Joseph and I talked on the second part of his rant from the last podcast where he was on about big races versus club races and whatnot. I go on a little rant about entries versus participants. Yeah, I got a little heated on that one. But, JQ Racing, be a part of a team, not just a number. We're still looking for people that want to be a part of our team and the motley crew of misfits, as I like to call them, or be a part of the JQ family. So hit us up. Send me your resume or just contact me and tell me about yourself. I want to know about you and your RC stuff, your RC life. So send me a message or an email. BK Servos, stress performance for value. Our servers are extremely high performance, especially models like the DS-700 2HV. Super fast and precise and cost a fraction of what comparable super high-end servers go for. The DS-S-HT model has more torque than almost anything out there, and again, for an excellent price, says Bert Kammerer of BK Servers. Thank you, BK Servers. Bipolar Designs. Thank you to Jason Darlin from Bipolar Designs. Looking for custom decals for your RC cars? Look no further. Bipolar Designs has you covered. Matching your paint scheme to your radio, headsets, pitboard, you name it, we cover it. And I've seen a lot of people are starting to rock Bipolar Design stuff. I appreciate the support you guys have been giving them. Let's talk about the small companies. 454 RC Works is my buddy Clint Treadway out of Texas. Good friend of mine, been very supportive of this podcast. He's pushing out a lot of 3D printed and carbon fiber swag for all your RC car needs. Check them out at www.454rc. Let me rewind that. 454rcworks.com. You can also check them out on Facebook and Instagram and use the promo code in all caps NNPC 2019 and you'll get 15% off your order. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic. I see they have come up with some new sauce this week. I was looking at their website, their Facebook page, and you could check them out at www.papawillies.net as well as Facebook and Instagram. Papa Willie's Traction Tonic has you covered for your RC tire traction needs. Whether you race on carpet, concrete, or dirt, loose dirt, dry, slick, or high grip surfaces, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic cures poor traction. Use the promo code NNRC, remember, at www.papawillies.net, and you will get 10% off your order. Prepare for victory with Papa Willie's Traction Tonic. RC Raceworks is our latest sponsor. My buddy Ed O'Brien. Good guy he is. RC Raceworks has designed and developed a super small enclosed charger case specifically for the iCharger 308 or 406 Duo. This case features a 1,000 watt 12 volt power supply, panel mounted 4mm binding post, and balance boards, a dual 2.1 amp USB charger, and a dual 12 volt mounted auxiliary binding post to power pit lights, engine, tire, battery warmers, etc. The case was designed for the traveling racer in mind, and the case fits right between the wheels of the OGO 9800 bag, making traveling with your charger easier and more convenient than ever. Cases are built to order, and we will soon be offering case kits so that customers can install their own equipment into the case, saving them money and time. You can check them out at www.rcraceworks.com or on Facebook or on Instagram. You can use promo code LEFTY and save you some shingles. Remember, All the descriptions for these sponsors are in our written description of the podcast. So if you don't remember what I said, you can always go on Podbean, iTunes, Google Podcast, Stitcher, Spotify, wherever you listen to our podcast, and get the written description. Remember, showing our sponsors some love shows the podcast some love. It's 2020. We're looking for more sponsors because we want to do more awesome things. We want to travel to more races and bring you more content in 2020. So if you think you want to be a part of, you think our podcast is a good fit for your company, no matter how small or matter how big, we can do something for you. I'm fully convinced of that. And we can't do any of this without our listeners. Really excited for 2020, guys. We got some things planned. And it's been an awesome year. It's been an awesome year. And the reception that I get from the podcast is great. I know not all of them are top podcasts. There are some that maybe aren't the best, but they still bring you content. There are some that are maybe too long, but they still bring you content. But I appreciate it, man. And I thank you for all the support. And I thank all the fellow podcasters that show me support, because we can't do without them. So remember, guys, check out State of RC, check out Extra Lap, Race Like a Girl, TSR, Track Walk, Voice RC. Just had a great interview of Drake. Am I missing somebody? Extra Lap. Sorry, Aiden. And of course, ran out of talent with Joe Zaire. Check out these awesome RC podcasts, because, you know, I believe in promoting every podcast out there. So, you know, because they promote us as well. So check them out. Everybody's putting in a lot of work, bringing content weekly. And it's good to see. It's really good to see. Well, I'm not going to ramble on too much. I kind of want to talk to Joseph about Fall Brawl. I haven't really spoken to him in a few weeks. He's all California'd out now. So I got a new nickname for him. I'm calling him Joey Q. I'm sure that's going to, you know, I'm sure he's not going to like that too much. But he's all California now. You know, he's getting excited. He's going to OCRC, all that stuff, you know. Whatever. Joseph is all excited. He's happy to be in America. Anyway, let me give Joseph a call and let's talk to him. What's up, Joseph? You've gone all California on me now, man. I'm going to have to start calling you Joey Q, because, you know, you're all California now. We got to start calling you Joey.
I'm definitely not a Joey.
Yeah, Joey Q. That's your new name. You're like, no more Rupert Pumpernickels. Well, yes, you'll always be Rupert. But now I'm going to start calling you Joey Q. You're all racing every day, going to the track all the time, hanging out at OCRC. You're all California now.
I prefer Rupert over Joey.
Well, Joey Q, California Joe. Just like Mike Hill and California Mike, you're California Joe. Well, you do look like you're enjoying yourself there in California.
I'm not Joe either. I'm Joseph, JQ. That's it.
No, Josie. I'm going to call you Josie.
Only Mike can call me Josie.
No. Anyway, it does look like you're having fun there. Yeah, at OCRC again.
It's good to be back.
Yeah. Yo, I'm telling you, like, you're all California now. I think, you know what? I actually think this time that you spend in California is going to make you a slightly bit faster. So you probably...
I'll definitely be faster.
Yeah, I think so. I think we'll see at DNC here in a couple months.
I think DNC is going to be good. Feeling pretty confident.
Yeah, I remember the last time you...
Already at this point.
I remember the last time you was this confident. You was fast, and then you kind of screwed it all up. You know?
We're not printing stickers this time.
Yeah, no stickers. No stickers. Well, I mean, you kind of tore the ass out of it. So what you usually do. So self-sabotage. But yeah. OCR, why aren't you running two-wheel drive at OCRC?
I've been figuring out the four-wheel drive. If I can't match the best laps in four-wheel, then what's the point of bringing out the two-wheel? So I need to be able to match the best laps, be on the pace with four-wheel, and then I will start running two-wheel.
Begging people to run four-wheel drive the other day. Things are getting desperate.
Dude, it's not desperate, but it's funny. They don't race four-wheel mod when they club race, pretty much. So now we've already had two four-wheel drive club races, and tomorrow today when this is released, we'll have a third one. So it's funny. I'm rallying the troops, and I'm getting a four-wheel mod class at OCRC.
How's your living here? How's is Smoker going to OCRC on a regular with you?
Yeah, he's been there. So Cavaleri's going, and then we'll get 3 other people to race, and then we'll have a class.
Yeah. See, it's nice to be getting along with people and having fun racing instead of being a constant dickhead, isn't it?
No, I'm still the same. They talk shit. They yell at me when I'm racing. It's good. You know, if I get in the lead, people start yelling. So it's fun.
Why are they yelling at you?
Probably trying to make me crash. Even Nick on the mic was last time, because I got in the lead in 4-wheel at one point. So I was leading. Then he was like, "Yep, Jake, you're in the lead," and he's probably one of the most divisive or controversial characters in RC. And then people were yelling, and then I crashed. Fuck.
Sounds like you're having fun. You aren't coming to the DR now because you're a big, a JJ, which is too bad.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, you kind of messed up a lot of things here.
Yeah, I might be able to go in end of January. We have to look into that.
Yeah, I don't really know. It's nothing really going on in the end of January, so it doesn't. I mean, it's always something going on here, but yeah. This is our first time really recording in a while. I went to Fall Brawl, another race you backed out of. It was okay. It rained on the last day. It rained Friday, and in practice they were just when they were about to have seeding practice, so I knew racing was over for the day. And then Saturday was beautiful, and Sunday they were rushing to get the race done because they knew the rain was coming. And just as the pro truggy main started like mist, I guess, like a faint misty rain, and the track started. Like they were out there. I guess they were out there. Everybody was on clay compound, so they ran that, and then like about halfway through the main, you could see the car start sliding. So I was there watching it with Trent, and I was like, "Trent, man, I don't know what tires you going on." I said, I think we're going out on clays. I was like, man, in my mind, I kind of said, I don't know if you really want to go out on clays, because I remember Mike Hill telling me a story about when he won Open E-Buggy. There's like, yeah, same thing happened, Keenan. Track got a little wet. Everybody went on clays. I went out on like super softs and, beat everybody. So that was in the back of my mind. And then by the time the Open Nitro Buggy was next, and I watched the warm up, and like everybody was just sliding everywhere. Like put on, because now the track had really gotten wet. It wasn't really muddy, but it just, lost all the grip. So people had hit brakes and they're just sliding. So Brent came in, like Mike and the guys carried some green reflexes, and they switched them over like right before the start. And you could see as soon as Brent went out and did his first corner before he went line up, I could see that the car was better instantly. And man, Brent drove pretty good. Well, I must admit, the second lap, he crashed so hard, I thought he broke his car. And he didn't even have to crash. But him and Trent battled for about 6 laps. But Trent was just trying to, like, hold onto the car. And everybody's just sliding all over the place. And I guess maybe a few other guys kind of got in the groove later. But Brent was leading that race until, like, 1 minute and 18 seconds to go. And he lost a wheel nut, man. We was gutted. Everybody was gutted. But I think the only thing that we can think what happened was, in the rush to change over the tires, and like before he went out, maybe didn't get the serrated edge on. You know what I mean? That goes into the wheel.
Oh yeah.
But it was amazing because his car was just like, everybody was just going so wide and sliding over the place, and Brent would just go right on the inside, like his car wasn't even affected at all. So, too bad for him. He was upset. Mike was so upset he just kind of went home. He went to the hotel. He was like, he was, Mike gets all into it. So he went home. He just went home. Like JB and I had to pack up everything and whatnot. Brent was a little upset. Brent even goes, I said, Brent, you almost had it. No shit, Captain Obvious. I was like, all right, I'm going to go over there for a little bit, because he was pissed off too. But emotions, I was so close, man. I was literally like getting my phone ready to like take a video of him coming on, celebrating. That's how close it was. But that's a prime example of it's not over until it's over. So, yeah. And I think Cole ended up winning the Pro Nitro, and then they didn't run any more races because it just kept on raining. It was a good race. It was
good that I didn't go, basically.
Yeah. Well, no, you should have bet. But anyway, you still would have run. You just wouldn't have run E-Buggy because they didn't run any E-Buggy mains. But Cole was fast all weekend. So this is not his home track, but, he races there a lot. There was a shit ton of HB guys there. So, it was good. I don't know what the future holds for this race. Maybe they have to pick a different date because it always seems to rain. And it was a lot of people there. A lot of people backed out in the end like you did. But I don't know what's going to happen with this race. The track was pretty... that track, so I think it's like the highest traction, smoothest track I've ever been to. It's and when it's sun's out and the sun is beaming on that thing, you got traction coming out of the yin yang, and it's actually too much traction. And it's just it's just that type of race where it's track's so different in the morning, then it's all right in the afternoon, and then it's different at night. And I don't know, but it was fun. This is my third time going to that race, and I had a good time. I got a little bit sick, got stuck in Charlotte. It was cold, man. It was cold there too. Like, because Myrtle Beach is so close to the ocean, you get that wind coming, that cold air coming right off the ocean and stuff. But it was fun to hang out and whatnot. But too bad we didn't get that victory. Honestly, it would have been great. So it's all good. Congratulations to Cole. Tebow looked fast when the traction was really high. But I think that's like a J Concepts tire track. Even though Cole didn't run J Concepts, but when the track is in perfect condition and the traction is high, J Concepts tires.
It looks like that traction was higher than previous years.
Yeah.
J Concepts is normally good when the traction isn't that high.
Well,
normally it's kind of like a bit slick there.
I keep forgetting that Cole doesn't
They
run.
just have more grip.
Yeah. I mean,
like when it's high grip, I don't think they're any better than anything else.
Well,
the years I have been there, it's kind of cold and it gets kind of slick, and the JC tires just hook up better than the other.
Well,
tires.
in the morning and the evening they do.
Yeah.
That's what I should be saying. But I wondered this: have they ever actually made a wet tire for RC?
Yeah, Proline used to have one.
Really?
Block. And they discontinued it.
Interesting. But it was good to see them race in the rain and mud. Well, it wasn't that muddy too. It got pretty muddy in the Pro A-Main, but nothing. That track kind of repelled the water. It didn't rain really hard either. It rained steadily like a sprinkle. And I don't know.
Yeah,
man.
but you know what, Keenan? No one gives a shit. Okay?
I don't
So
care.
like a month ago, some race in the East Coast, and it rained and someone won. Okay, no one cares.
Well, I'm just
So
telling
let's
you.
go to the questions and talk about silly season, because that's probably what people care about.
Well,
How about
I've been waiting for you for 2 hours. We were supposed to do this at 10 o'clock. It's now 12 something. So what the hell happened to you?
Well, I almost got my butt kicked by some steroid junkie.
Oh God.
Have you seen that? Have you seen the video? Have you seen that video? It's a famous video from a Trump rally. There's this guy in a baseball hat, sunglasses, tribal tattoo. He's wearing a wife beater, and you can see his tribal tattoos, and he just goes nuts and starts yelling at some Mexicans. Have you seen that video?
Yes, I've seen that video.
Okay, so I can't remember. He's like yelling like America, like Trump. Well, I can't remember. Anyway, that's what this guy was like.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
So I arrived. Okay, so parking here at home is pretty bad. So I have to go to this like office building where I have a parking pass, and I park there. So I drove over there, and I was at the light turning left. And the light goes green. There's a car in front. The car takes off, turns left. I follow the car. Then right as I'm, getting to the like zebra crossing, I see that there's a family crossing the road, to my left. Like they're still in the other lane. So, but, normally you should stop for someone crossing, right? So I just waved. I'm like, oh, sorry. I just went. They didn't have to slow down or anything. It was like I didn't almost run over anyone. Nothing happened, right? So I go to park, and then I stop. Then I get my phone. I'm checking my phone in the car.
Hello?
Oops. Hello? Yeah. So I'm sitting in the car. I'm checking my phone, and I see someone's walking up to the car. So I think, oh, he wants to ask something, because it's the same thing has happened before where someone walks up and they ask some dumb question. So, okay, so I open the door to see what he wants. And then he's all mad, like he's yelling. Okay, he's already yelling. Didn't you see the kids crossing the road? Blah 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 blah. I'm like, what is he talking about? Then I'm like, okay, he must be talking about that thing. Okay, so I don't remember what I said. You know, something like, yeah, I saw, like, but I saw too late. I didn't want to stop in the intersection. And he's getting like pretty aggressive, and he's yelling insane enough to where like this guy might just do something right here. So I closed the door and just opened the window instead. I'm like, this will be safe for me. And then he's yelling, and I explain again. Then he's still yelling and like asking me the same thing. So I just go like, hey, wait, do you speak English? You know? And then he gets mad. Then he takes a step back, like he's preparing for a fight.
Oh,
you know,
this would have been so funny.
Yeah, I know. And then he's like, yeah, I speak English. And he's like, you're the fucking immigrant here, you know, because obviously you can tell I have an accent. So he's now at this point, I'm already being called an immigrant and fuck this and swearing and all that. So I'm like, oh my God. So then he doesn't leave. He's like just standing there. So I'm like, fuck, I'm going to call the cops. Let's see maybe someone gets accidentally shot. Hopefully not me. So I call. And so yeah, then I'm just sitting there waiting, and oh yeah, he said, yeah, you better stay in the van, I'll fuck you up, like he's gonna kick my ass. I'm like, wow, this guy's crazy. So then he leaves, and then he came back. Then he's on the phone just waiting out there, just waiting. Then he left, and the cops came. I explained what happened, and I said, look, I tried to just do it over the phone also, but they said, oh, you have to speak with the officer or whatever. So I just wanted to sort of make a note of this thing. Like, this guy lives right there. He just did all this shit. So if something happens to the van now, or if my shit gets stolen, tires get slashed, I don't know. Like, if something happens, we have a prime suspect there. So
what did the police say?
At least, no, they were like, yep, some people are pretty passionate. And that was it. Like, but anyway, so if something happens, then at least they have reason to go and check up on this guy, because, yeah.
Leave it to you to get in trouble. Park in your van. Leave it to you. Oh, well.
Yeah, I don't know.
Immigrant.
I guess he must have had a really bad day. I mean, he was really mad.
Yeah, then he probably heard your accent, and that probably just freaked him out even more.
Yes, trust me to say the right thing at the right time. Do you even speak English?
Oh my gosh. God. I wish I would have been. I'd have been laughing my ass
delayed.
off.
That's why I was delayed.
Oh, too bad he didn't punch. I mean, too bad he didn't punch you in the face. Maybe you need that. You would have but we would need that on video.
I think if he had punched me, then I'd probably be dead right now. We wouldn't be recording this podcast.
Yeah,
he was pretty big.
Yeah, all right.
He was like as tall as me, but he was maybe not quite as tall as me, but 3 times as wide as me.
Well, in the future, Joseph, you don't really be smart to guys like that, you know?
Yeah, I know. The car was running though. I could have still sped off.
Oh gosh. Anyway,
it's really good that I have the van wrapped. You know, he's like, oh, Arma Energy, like, I'm gonna call your boss or your company. I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. JQ Racing, what the fuck is this? Oh my God.
You're just an immigrant, man. Just an immigrant.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Couple of things I want to go over before we get into questions and silly season. I'm actually gonna do I don't know if I told you this, but I'm gonna do a Packy Chip challenge here in January.
Oh God.
Yeah, I got a new one from Mike Norris. I got one of the black ones. I don't know if comes in like a black box. Remember how the ones we got were in a red box? And the chip, this chip comes in a black box. It's the chip is actually black, and I'm actually doing it's a GoFundMe for our local Pacific Northwest racer called Randy Sides. All the proceeds go to his medical bills. He's fighting cancer. I don't know him, but I was looking for a good cause to do another Packy Chip challenge. So we do have a GoFundMe. I think I'm going to do it on the 25th. And this should be pretty epic. Yeah. A fresh chip. It's going to be extra hot. So I don't know. Maybe I'll do something else to even make it even worse. Maybe I'll get some hot peppers or something. I don't know. But it's going to be good.
Yeah.
So I'll post up the link to the GoFundMe on the podcast page. So if anybody wants to donate, every little bit helps. And all proceeds go to the Rally Sides family. It's also in conjunction with, I believe it's called the Winter Rage race that they're doing up there in the Pacific Northwest. Brian Phillips is doing it. They're actually doing a raffle at the race as well. And all proceeds go to the family as well. So it's a good cause. I like to see when we come together and help out our fellow RC people. So I thought it was a good cause, and I'm going to do it. And thank you to Mike Norris, Third World Janky Shit, for giving me the package chip when I stopped at Albuquerque there. And Mike on our way over for the RCGP race. So that's good. And I'll put the link up for that. I know I posted it. Did I post it yesterday? Yeah, yesterday. The Ryan Stiles Harris video. You say it's not savage. I thought it was savage. I thought it was like, I bet you
milk toast savage.
I bet you it pissed off a lot of AE guys.
I hope it did.
I hope so
they get
too.
A rivalry now.
I hope it rekindles the whole TLR AE rivalry. But I wonder what happened, because he was all AE for like the last year and a half.
I don't know. Maybe he didn't get his discount he wanted.
I don't know, but he doesn't. I think as a content creator, like I don't think he was from what I was told, he wasn't sponsored by Associated. But I mean, I think that was pretty savage. Like, you saw the hat there, and it's like, what the hell's going on there? And then he dropped the TLR Nitro car on top of it and says that hat didn't fit anyway. If I was an AE guy, I would be like, yeah, it's on. I'm gonna hack this guy every chance I can.
Yeah, I hope they do that.
Yeah, but he doesn't really go out of his region, so I don't know.
It's kind of like JQ and Tekno.
Oh gosh,
heck no. We need that shit. It's good.
Yeah, but you take it. You go overboard. You go overboard.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
I actually do not go overboard.
I've told you this constantly. When the other side stops smiling and joking, it's not a joke anymore. You don't seem
doesn't need to be a joke. It's racing. We want to beat each other.
Yeah,
right? That's what makes it fun.
Okay.
But some people, they just can't handle it. Average Joe, his ego's too big. He can't handle it. He gets all mad.
Speaking of jabs, did you watch 5150's DNC2 video?
Yeah, and I even messaged Garrison. I'm like, it's JQ Racing.
That was all right. I think they were pretty savage towards CJ. Did you watch the whole thing? Like, I really like the videos that he does make, like the production wise, is really, really good. Really good. I'm not going to sit here and say that they aren't. And I get it that they're sponsored by Proline and all that type of stuff. And, it has to feature Proline drivers. And I get that. But, wow, he went pretty savage on CJ. And we know, like, he's Canadian, so he loves Ty Tasman. So it's always going to be about Ty. But it's been pretty savage. That's actually the
only problem. That's the only problem with his videos, is that no offense, but he kind of follows boring people.
But Ty wasn't boring on this time. He said something. Michael and I were watching. He was trying to figure out what he said, and the best thing I can.
You mean when he said he's afraid? What was it, like something about who are you afraid of?
Yeah,
behind you, or who do you not want behind you? He says, I don't want anyone behind him.
But he said something really low.
I don't want anyone behind me, or something like that.
Okay, that's what it was.
And then God was, don't say that, and people will think that you're afraid of them.
Yeah, that's true. But and they focused a lot on the whole Euro versus USA beef. And as we watched that, Mike goes, you started that. It's like, not me.
I was thinking the same thing. Like, that's actually funny because you did start that. Like, there was no real. Yes, you did. I think you did.
I think it's awesome. We need to revamp that.
Yeah. See, we need that.
We need to take. What was the What was the USA versus America count this year? Let's see. Mayfield won DNC. Boots won Silver State.
Silver State.
So that's 1-all. They didn't really race again. I mean, okay. If you want
DXR, Lutz won DXR.
Lutz won DXR, so that's 2-1. He was the only American there, by the way.
Was there anything else?
I mean, can we count RCGP? Not really, because there's only one American there. It was just cool. But so was DXR. But we can count RCGP USA, because there were lots. So we'll give that to USA. I mean, so it's kind of tied. Right. And even if you look at the 10 scale worlds,
was there nothing else?
Not really.
In 8 scale?
Not really.
See, that's the whole problem.
I know.
The drivers don't race each other.
I know. Like 2017, 2018 was so great because you had Neo Buggy going on and all that. I mean, if we throw in the 10 scale worlds, even then it still becomes a tie, because America won 2-wheel drive and Europe won 4-wheel drive.
We need Mugen and Associated to join RCGP. We get Mayfield and Rivkin in.
That would be awesome. That would be great.
Yeah. And then Proline, and then we get Testament.
Oh, X-Ray.
Well, they're not going to join.
Yeah. I still want to get Uri on this podcast, though. I think it would be good. We'll see. Maybe, like you said, Mario. I don't know him, but I'll find out who he is. All right. I see that TLR has dropped their new 4-wheel drive. Have you looked at it?
Yep. And did you see the best thing about it?
No, I didn't. I'm sure you'll tell me.
RC News Unlimited made a
I missed it.
Why you haven't seen it?
No.
Oh, it was good. It was a good one.
I don't get their notifications anymore. What's going on?
Go and like the page.
I did.
Let's just say that was pretty savage.
Okay,
like I commented on it. It's good because
I'm sure you did comment on it. Here it is.
Yeah, I fucking shared it. So it's good because it basically gives props to both X-Ray and TLR, but at the same time gives them shit. So it's genius.
So basically, what you're trying to say is this is an X-Ray copy.
Yeah, but possibly it's just like it's an X-Ray copy, but possibly a better, like a sloppy copy or something that's better. You know, so now X-Ray can copy that instead. So X-Ray can improve their car by copying the TLR, which is a bad copy of the X-Ray.
But they won the worlds.
Yeah, maybe the driver was better.
Probably. Which kind of leads us, like, what is going on with TLR? Let's talk about silly season now, while we're at it. So,
silly season.
All right, so Cavallari staying with S-Works, which we kind of said that, or, I really thought he's going to go TLR, but I guess not, obviously. Do we still hear any rumors about Ty going to TLR? I don't think so.
No, I don't think Ty is going.
He's making all these videos now, so I don't think that's happening.
I don't see Ty going anywhere.
Yeah,
and I think honestly, Cavallari didn't have any other options than S-Works. That's what I think. He probably still got a good deal. He probably negotiated a good deal for himself, but I don't think he had other options.
Do you think he's making less money now?
No, I don't think so.
You really?
He usually is pretty good at getting what he wants.
Yeah, I've been told that. So
he gets the same. Yeah, he probably gets the same as he used to get.
But there's something else we heard about Cavallari.
Yeah, so he's out at J Concept.
Yeah, I've heard that from you, and I've heard that from other sources, and I heard that J Concepts is.
Yeah, I first heard it from someone else. I didn't know.
And then you confirmed it.
Yeah, so he's out. He's out at J Concepts.
Where's he going to go for tires?
Don't know why, and don't know where he'd go, because he's been with Proline, he's been with AKA. I don't know if those bridges are burned, or even if they aren't burned, they are just like, well, we don't need him. So that's an interesting situation. I don't know where he would go for tires. I mean, I asked him too. He didn't say anything, but just he was sort of hinting at it being an 8-scale Worlds year. So wherever he goes, they would have to have good 8-scale tires so he can be strong at the World.
I guarantee he's going to Proline again, man. Why wouldn't he? They can afford to pay him.
Yeah, but as I said, maybe they don't need to pay him.
But I was also told, a little birdie told me that J Concepts is making room for somebody big.
Yeah, well, I mean, the natural fit there would be Ongaro.
You think so? That's who crossed my mind too.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about him going there. But if they sort of just get rid of Cavalieri for no apparent reason, and I don't know, it just strikes me.
Did he get fired or did he leave?
No, they didn't renew his contract.
Okay,
I believe.
so he got dropped.
So it would make sense that they, for example, hired someone like Ongaro, who already is running their bodies, I believe, and is running Associated. J Concepts and Associated are close.
Yes.
Also, I know because I've given him tires in the past. I know that Ongaro doesn't always have tires because it's hard to get tires from AKA, even if you're Ongaro. You know, they're always last minute. Sometimes the tires don't make it. You don't get everything you order. It's always a hassle. So always has been. I don't know what they pay him. I know that AKA didn't pay Robert everything that he was supposed to for the longest time, and only settled like months after Robert was already with Hot Race. So I know there have been all of these issues with AKA in the past. The product is good, but the support has been lacking. So if you put all of these things together, it's like the hottest property in 8-scale off-road, Ongaro. He's running Associated. They're close to J Concepts. There are issues getting tires from AKA. I could see it happen. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, so. I wouldn't be surprised at all either. And I know that J Concepts desperately wants to break more into the European market. They have, obviously.
Yeah, and also, I mean, they lost Ronne Falk, and they lost Ronne Falk in not the really best possible way. So
yeah,
so it would definitely make business sense to get someone good and strong in Europe, you know, to raise that the profile. I think Savoia is still running J Concepts, I think, right? I haven't heard anything about him not continuing there. So
that he's next on our list of talking about silly season as well anyway. So
yeah, okay.
But when I heard that they're making room for somebody big, Ongaro, actually at first I thought Tessman, because I had heard that for the longest while Tessman was trying to get onto J Concepts. I don't know how true that is, but I don't think he's as big as, I don't know. I think Ongaro is bigger than Cavalieri, in my opinion, right now. So it only makes sense, like you think, and that's the second thought that came to my mind was Ongaro. So we shall see. We shall see.
Yeah.
Well, let's go on and talk about Savoia. He's out of TLR, that's for sure. We know that. I've been knowing that for a while. RC Concepts is going out of business, I believe, as well. Yeah,
so he needs an engine sponsor and he needs a car sponsor. And first, I believe he was going to go to Nemo Racing. So I think that would have been neat. Agama, Bullet, you know, that whole thing. And probably sort of a bit of a job also because, you know, Jérôme Sartel used to be Nemo in France, but Sartel is now with TLR.
Is he with? I thought even he's leaving. I thought. No,
I haven't heard anything about Sartel. Anyway, so the point being that Savoia is out at TLR and he would go to Nemo, so that there would be a spot there. You know, do Nemo France race, all that jazz. But then I heard that
Jérôme Sartel is out.
Kyosho.
Jérôme Sartel is the S-Works man.
Oh, sorry, he's S-Works. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
That's why I could have sworn.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, he's S-Works. So, but anyway, he used to be Nemo France, then TLR, and now S-Works. But so I heard that there could be a spot at Kyosho for Savoia because I've heard rumors that Ricky Berton is leaving Kyosho for Infinity.
Money. He's not getting paid.
Well, yeah, but for me, the more interesting thing is that if that's true, if Berton really was going to Infinity, then doesn't that hint at the fact that Infinity would actually make a buggy? I mean, let's face it, Infinity have an RCGP team. They have Kyle McBride and Lee Martin. They did the whole first season of RCGP.
Yes.
Why would they sign a third driver if they weren't making a car?
Well, I think they want 2 young drivers. They got Kyle McBride. They got Ricky Berton. Like Lee Martin, love him to death, but he's getting up in age. He has a real life thing going on.
But you're missing the point.
I get it.
You're missing the point.
I get
They
it.
haven't said at any stage that they're making a car, right?
I mean,
but if they are signing a driver,
of course they're
then
making a
why
car.
would they sign a driver if they're not making a car?
Well, why would they sign Lee Martin and Kyle McBride if they're not making a car?
Because they're crazy. They can do what they want.
Why aren't you hooked up with Infinity? Why couldn't you fall in line with Infinity and get us set up? You know? I don't get it. You always miss the opportunities.
As what? As a designer? Or?
Yeah, like we could have been like, I would take JQ and make it into Infinity car, and then you could have been like Yuchi Kanai. I could have be getting a living salary over her. It would be great.
I know it would be.
Jeez, we gotta find a rich millionaire, man. We gotta. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's not like they just.
I know. I'm in.
Yeah, JQ, sure. Let's do that. That's not how it works.
I told you what you gotta do. You don't want to listen. I told you that'd be my job. And we ain't gonna talk about what that job is on this podcast.
Oh yeah. I remember now.
All right.
Yeah.
So
anyway.
I
where are we at?
thought you said that he was definitely going to Nemo. But now I saw that, and I also saw in Circus RC that they have a
Yeah,
picture.
I mean, I don't know. I pretty much heard that that's where he's going.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard Savoya's going to Nemo. But then if this opportunity came up, I mean, it makes sense. Kyosho Europe is in France.
Okay.
Savoya needs kind of more than just racing. He needs a sort of job too.
Yes.
That would be a great fit. You know, it makes sense. Savoya as the driver, brand representative, you know, selling, customer support, whatever. You know, it makes sense.
Yeah, it does.
Oh yeah, that's
does.
what I expect. So,
And I guess Kyosho has.
bet on possibly Infinity, Savoya, Kyosho, and Ongaro, maybe JC Tires.
I see McBride just signed with Reds.
McBride Reds. Savoya still needs an engine.
Maybe Reds.
I don't know.
Mm-hmm. It's been a very
else? Who
quiet
else is
silly
out there?
season. It's been quiet.
Who else needs something still? Have we heard something else?
No, I haven't heard anything else. I know, just generally looking, HB signed a shit ton of people on the East Coast. They made Tyler Brown. Is his last name Brown? Yeah, JT Barons. They made him their West Coast rep. Kenny Johnson is the Reds USA manager now, I believe. He's USA manager, I think. It was funny because he made a post like, hey, people, I'm 4 hours behind. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. I'm sleeping. I was like, yeah, I feel your pain, buddy. I think the Reds made another guy. Oh, what's his name? I can't. It's slipping my. Some other guy on the East Coast. Their East Coast manager. So it looks. I don't know what's going on with Alex Pilson. He hasn't really been very much involved in Reds for the last year, I would say, or longer. I saw him at a few races, but not too many. So maybe he's not into it anymore, but I don't think they're going to have an importer into America anymore. That being, or like a Reds USA, not sure, from what I'm hearing. And they've picked up quite a few guys that were only OS before. So I don't know. Maybe the new engine's doing well. The new 721s. It's a Scuderia or something it's called.
Yeah.
So maybe you left too soon, Joseph. I don't know.
No, I didn't. Definitely not.
What about you? Any changes for 2020 coming up in your program?
Well, I heard some rumors that JQ Racing Team might be switching to another OS-based brand. Yeah, another OS-based brand. So that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah. And we see that Max Mort is going off to the Army, so that's going to be it for RC for him for a while. So
yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see who's going to be your teammate at the first RCGP race in March.
That's right. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know.
Maybe we have to get you out of retirement.
Oh, yeah. We definitely don't want that to happen.
Maybe Tigani.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you should put hot sauce in there. Give him a chance. Let him go run with the big boys.
Can he hang with the big boys?
I don't know if he can, but it'd be fun. Can you hang with the big boys? I don't think so.
Yeah, I can.
So not much. It's been a quite, but usually the silly season, when we usually have a big silly season like we did the year before, we don't really. It doesn't really, and it's a world year, so a lot of people aren't really changing.
I think next year is going to be a good one.
Yeah,
I think next year is going to be a good one. Some people aren't going to get what they want.
Do you really think we're starting to see the downfall of the professional RC driver?
The only reason we don't see it now is because of Infinity and Maxima. Mm-hmm. Because they're like millions of dollars, don't really give a shit, whatever, like just pay people and whatever, right? So if they weren't here, then okay, where would McBride and Lee Martin be?
Mm-hmm.
Where would Mayfield, Tebow, Cavalieri, Rivkin, Neumann, Robert? Where would they be for engines right now? Like, would they really all be paid by someone? Like, I don't see it. I don't see it. Just like now, 10 scale for Cavalieri, Ryan Cavalieri. How many world championships does he have?
4.
I don't even know. 4? Mm-hmm. If it wasn't for S-Works, he would not have got what he wanted. Maybe he could have got a deal, but it wouldn't be the kind of deal he wants. Mm-hmm. So imagine there's not just him that's a free agent at some point, but maybe 3 guys like that are looking for a spot. I guarantee you one of them is not going to get a spot. And it's going to happen. It has to happen at some point. We just got a few years extension because some rich guys came in and funded it.
We need
made their own brands, bought brands, Yeah. Yeah, JQ Racing officially needs some rich guys to take over. We'll name the company, whatever you want. Just buy this shit. Name it whatever you want. Name it dry roasted peanuts. That's what I see here. I have dry roasted peanuts. Name it that if you want.
Mm-hmm.
And
then you'd have to be quiet.
I'll be Kanai for you.
Then you would have to be censored. Then you couldn't be on Facebook. Why? You wouldn't be able to do the same stuff you do on Facebook and be so outspoken. We had this argument weeks ago.
Actually, that would be good. I could quit social media.
That would be great.
That would actually be amazing.
Yeah.
I would quit social media. I'd just design and race, and it would be awesome. So there you have it. If you're a millionaire and you want to own an RC car brand for some weird reason, then just contact this podcast.
Yeah, and one of the stipulations is that you have to hire a lefty and pay him good. And Jake, you lock him in a dungeon and make him design.
I'll be the designer, and you'll be the social media manager.
Oh, God.
There we go. You manage, and you ban me. And then I can't be on social media, and I can only design. Oh, my God. That's a dream come true.
Oh, I know. Unfortunately, I don't see it happening anytime soon. So,
yeah, that's the problem.
That's why we got to just buckle up and do things ourselves.
Maybe a millionaire is listening.
Yeah. Who knows? You've had the chance. You've met millionaires that are into RC and get nothing, and you never get.
It hasn't worked out.
Yeah, because
I'm not a good enough negotiator.
No, you definitely needed me there in those situations. So, anyway, enough about that. Enough about news. Anything else you want to talk about before we go into the questions?
I think we covered everything.
You know what race I'm looking forward to? For me, what officially jumpstarts, I know SIC is a big indoor race here in America, which I enjoy. I'll watch it. But for me, what officially jumpstarts my 8-scale season, and it's one of my favorite races to watch, and it's always been a good race, is the Montpellier race in France.
Yeah, it's good. One day I want to go there.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch it.
It's just so cold there.
Yeah, I was told.
I remember one year it was freezing and I stole the heater from the hotel. I borrowed it. Yeah. They had this electrical heater and I borrowed it.
Oh, so you've been to that actual race?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been there.
Yeah, it's good. I enjoy it. Oh, the racing always seems to be good there. So that's
yeah.
I'm looking forward to that. All right, let's get it.
I was there. One year I was there with one of the first cars, and all our plastics were breaking in the cold, I remember. In practice, I got like 3 laps in or something ridiculous. It was so stupid. Yeah.
Good times.
But then it was fine in the end. I don't know. I was just really somehow very unlucky in practice. Just broke arms every run right in the beginning. But I think it was good in the end.
All right. So we do have a few questions from that I missed the previous podcast that I want to go through. And then we have some questions. We don't have that many questions, but let's get cracking. So I have some Instagram questions from JQ Racing Kev. I know who he is. He says, how long are shock O-rings good for? And diff O-rings, is there a JQ product code for just O-rings, not for shocks? I don't think we sell just O-rings for shocks. We sell like the whole kit, a shock rebuild kit.
I don't think the O-rings are separate. I think we only have bushings and O-rings together.
Yeah. How long do you usually last for?
When you change them, you have to change all of them anyway.
Mm-hmm. I guess it depends on how dirty your track is too. The more dirt you get on your shock shafts, the faster your shock seals go. So, yeah. I don't know. Always good to change them out. Well, how often do you change your O-rings, Joseph? And shocks?
I don't know.
Yeah.
You can feel it when they start going.
What are you feeling? What do you feel?
The resistance.
Okay.
You feel that the friction gets higher on them.
Okay. All right. Enrico Maloney, Italian guy, big fan of the podcast. He says this is more an invisible seed segment question, but I don't think so. It can be, but we have a question for that. He goes, I recently got some track time with the BE, and I really like the way it jumps and corners at high speeds, but I feel it's kind of lacking a bit of corner speed or steering in the 180 corners, especially entering. I can tell you what you fix. Get the number 2 plates and put them on your car. Right, Joseph?
Okay.
Am I correct?
If you say so.
Well, what would you do?
I wasn't listening.
Well, you listen. I don't like to repeat myself. Basically, he's saying he's lacking corner speed and steering into the 180 corners, especially on entering. So he's missing the entering speed going into tight 180s.
I don't know. Entering really isn't an issue, I think, on our car. Like if entering is the problem, then you're doing something wrong. Normally it's like, yeah, you go in, but then mid-corner, there's nothing. So yeah, the number 2 plates really help with rotation in hairpins. So yes, you're right, Lefty.
How about, could he go down to less toe as well? But I think it would make it
if your car isn't loose at all, then yeah, you could try less toe in. That's also going to add rotation.
All right. Chris Boyder. This is a question from the previous podcast that I missed. He says, what is or should be included with your race entry fee? Sometimes it feels like track owners are just charging for the use of the track and the racers are running the show. No penalties to be enforced because of the fear of pissing someone off. You sit for extended periods of time on the stand, waiting for a volunteer marshal only to see the track owner walking around completely ignoring it. He says, even this weekend, I paid $40 to race and no podium pictures were even posted. He says, I know it seems petty, but I feel like it's part of what I'm paying for and really costs nothing to do this little bit of work. What do you feel?
That reminds me, we never did the second part of the rant yet.
Yeah, we're going to do that.
This episode, right?
Yeah, that's this episode.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to be talking about the solution to the problem right now of these big races, which are basically club races.
So what about
the first part? The first part we were talking about what makes a big race. Like, can you just charge more money and it's a big race? So we talked about the difference between a club race and a big race, and then today we're going to rant about how to improve the current racing situation we have. We talked about the problems. Now we're going to go over the solutions.
So we'll answer this question in the rant.
This is kind of part of what we're talking about.
All right. Jimmy DePrez, what's up, New Mexican? He says, which U.S. territory has made the most contingency money this year? I think it might be
probably New Mexico.
Yeah,
we're gonna have to put a special disclaimer in the sheet. Just like Degani only gets paid in donuts, I think New Mexico only gets like 30% of their contingency.
And they're growing. They just got a few more guys on the team, so they're doing a great job there in the Rockies area. Mike Wright, can you explain the difference between spec and mod racing for 10 scale racing? And he says, why are some cars referred to as wheelers? Well, wheelers are 4-wheel drive cars. I don't know why people just call them wheelers, but I just learned that recently myself. But there is no spec class, I don't think, really. Is there?
I don't know.
I don't think so. There's stock and mod. But for me, a spec class would be, let's use...
Hand out electronics. Sort of
let's use something simple like spec stock slash. A stock slash, stock tires, stock motor.
The problem in America, though, with stock, which I've noticed definitely now, is people cheat, and it's not even like it's blatant. It's so obvious.
But how are people cheating?
In stock, they run... I mean, with these speedos, there's all kinds of like boost, this and that you can run, and I don't know, maybe you can even just run the wrong motor, somehow. Because there's this I think it's 13.5 class.
Yes.
13.5 4-wheel drive class at OCRC. So when there aren't modified buggies, I race with the 13.5s. But I'm running a 6.5 LRP. It's modified. It's faster. More power, faster down the straight, right? It's a clear difference with most of the guys. And then there are those who, like, their car is literally as fast as mine. They just aren't good enough drivers to keep up, But if we go, like, let's say I pass them and we go on the back straight, they are literally the same speed, same exact speed. And normally there should be a clear difference. And with most of the guys there is. But it's just, if you run stock in America and you're club racing and racing these like non-raw national events, it must be so frustrating because people just cheat. They don't care. So stock racing sucks.
Well, I am not a big fan of stock. I understand why people do it. I'm just not a fan of it. I don't think it's a great way for people to get into the hobby because it gets expensive. Like you said, people cheating. They definitely need a spec class of some sort in RC for people to get into.
The funny thing also is that most people, if they run something like a 13.5 in 10 scale, they'll be faster than with a modified motor.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, the modified is faster on the straight, but their lap times will be better with the 13.5.
Yeah, I get that.
So, yeah, I think that's an interesting thing. So even if it was just modified, you can run whatever you want. The people running a 13.5 could still do well. They could still win with a 13.5 in the modified class.
Yes. I know what you mean. It's more controllable power.
If you put, the reason they don't win in the modified is because, at OCRC, let's say, like Jake Thea or Cavalieri shows up, or I'm there, and we run modified, and we beat them, right? But if it's the same guys that run that class now, and it was modified, and some of them would put in their modified motors and whatever, the same guys would still be winning, even if they ran 13.5. That's my point. So, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
If you're not controlling it, then just make it open, like free. I don't know. Stock is stupid, I think.
I think this isn't offered, but I think a great example of a
stock should be just for beginners.
But it isn't. It should be a spec, like a great spec class for beginners. For me, it's not offered, but it's Euro Truck. We talked about this last podcast. The Tamiya Euro Truck. It comes with an ESC Comes with, I believe it comes ready to run. You just put a battery in it, right? You're not allowed, the only thing you're allowed to do is put bearings in it. You have to run stock tires. You can glue the sidewalls of the tires because it does help on carpet tracks. And I think there might be a limit on the battery. That's it. I think that off-road needs something like that. And that was what the stock slash class was good for. But of course we ruined it because, we made tires and high flow bodies and all this type of shit. And then, it became a super class and became a national class. And then fucking pros started running it. And then, we just fucked that. So, like we do a lot of things in RC. So. Anyway, on to the next question. Tom Shields. Tom wants to know, how about some discussion on nitro engine maintenance? I have just finished 5 to 6 gallons on a ProTech 321B, my first ever nitro engine, and I don't know how to approach servicing it. Whether the sleeve and piston are okay to clean or just replace it. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah. I never maintain shit, so
I know you don't.
I'm really the wrong person to ask.
I think
the only thing I do is change bearings. So if your engine is good, I don't know how many gallons. Let's say you run, I don't know, let's say 5 gallons, 4 or 5 gallons, you run it. The engine's still pretty good. It's, just change your bearings and it will be good to go.
Check your rod
especially
too.
Especially if you're running an OS, it's fine. Just the bearings at some point need changing and that's it.
I would check
what
for slop in
usually
the rod
happens
too.
with me, forget about that. It says slop in the rod, you throw it in the trash and you get a new one. Usually I don't even change the bearings. I just run them, and unless there's a problem, like a bearing really actually goes and it's super loud and it doesn't run, then I change it. But normally I just run an engine until it dies, and then I change it.
I don't think it's worth it. Like, get a new piston and sleeve, bearings, corn rod. Like, you can get a new motor, a new engine.
The amount that 90% of people or more run in a year, 2 OS engines is enough. You get one in the beginning, or let's say you have 2 in the beginning of the year. You race the first one for, let's say 5 races. Well, depends on how much you practice. So let's say maybe, 3-4 gallons. And then you start racing the second one. And you make that first one your practice engine. And then you practice and do maybe, minor club races with that first one you originally started with. And you just run it all year until it dies. And you keep saving the second one for the big races. And then when the other one dies and, you're done with it, then you switch over to the race engine and you race and practice with that for the rest of the year. 2 engines like that will make it through the year without doing anything to them. Maybe just that first engine, like halfway through the year, you change the bearings in it. That's it. No need to overthink it. You don't need to do anything special and this and that and maintain, take it apart, do it. Forget it. Just run that shit.
I would agree with you.
That's all you need.
I'm not big on pinching engines and like people's like, oh, I'm gonna get a new piston and sleeve. That, like, man, like, buy a new, like, I know maybe it's not feasible, but buy a new engine. Like, I don't know. I kind of like run my engine till I got enough. I try to maintain them, like after run oil or run the fuel out of them and keep them clean. But I mean, they're disposable items at the end of the day. They're like tires. Like, you can't save tires, I mean, you might be able to save wheels, acetone them and stuff like that. But engines are disposable. Engines last reasonably long nowadays. And those, like, I mean, I'm not saying you have to run an OS, but I mean, shit, I used to run a $150 P5. It's still in my truggy. My truggy has been broken for 2 years, but it's still in my truggy. And it still runs great. Well, probably don't run great now. So I don't know. If you want to just take your engine apart and see if it's rusting, or like you said, maybe you want to change the bearings. I don't know. Or maybe it's time to make that engine your practice engine and buy another engine to race, like Joseph just said. So it's up to you.
That's how I used to do it. And that's, I think, that's the best way.
All right.
Same goes for cars if you're able to.
Well, cars, that's what people don't understand either. Sometimes it's cheaper to buy a brand new car than to freshen up an old one. At some point, a car gets clapped out and is only good to practice with, if that. You know?
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's put it this way. If someone is serious about their racing, like Durango, you know, but serious in a smarter way, so they're not going to go bankrupt, it definitely pays to get 2 cars and 2 engines, and you start the year with one, and then that one at some point becomes your practice car, and you take the other one and you start racing that. And you save that, the second car and engine that you start running, you save it only for the big races. You keep it good. And that way you will spend the least amount of money throughout the year and get the greatest amount of satisfaction. Because most people, they have one, let's say they have one car and one engine, and then at some point it gets to the point where the cars is a piece of shit and they aren't enjoying it as much because they aren't doing as well, the car isn't handling as well, and they are buying a ton of parts and this and that, and then, you know, it just, that's not the way to do it.
No.
You know?
I think, yeah, I definitely think if I was racing seriously again, when I was in Bermuda, man, and I was racing back in the day, I had a practice car. I had a car just to race in Bermuda, and I had a car that I traveled to America with. No, I had zero responsibilities then too. So, you know, but definitely I think I hate when I see people trying to refresh and clapped out cars. Like, you just spent $300 on parts. You could have bought a new kit for like $200 more. And you could have had 2 cars. And you probably could have used some of even if you didn't want 2 cars, you could have used some of the parts of the other car. You know? Shocks, diffs, stuff like that. So, like, I'm not saying, like, we're all made of money here, but I think it's better, like engines and cars. It's better to run it as much as you can and get a new one or save it or whatever. Just have a practice car. I'm with you there, brother. All right, Right RC says the ultimate engine at Beach RC broken in by Adam Drake. I don't even think they have a Adam Drake ultimate engine broken by Adam Drake. So I'm not sure what you're talking about, Right RC.
He sent the engine to him.
No, he hasn't gotten an engine. He says the ultimate engine at Beach RC broken in by Adam Drake. But I don't think we have one.
What about it?
I don't know, but I'll tell you what.
No, people send them to Adam and he breaks them in.
Yeah, I know that. We don't sell them pre-broken in by Adam Drake.
Well, no.
I don't know. If you want to get it done, a lot of people swear by the oil bath break-in. I've never had an engine done by that. I probably would do it nowadays because I just don't feel like wasting time breaking in an engine. So, I don't know. Maybe if we get Adam Drake on here, he can explain why it's better. Or maybe better yet, I think I'm going to get the guy from AMR Engines. He does that as well as modifying engines. Someone suggested him as a guest. I think it would be good to get him on here and talk. But I'll tell you this, all the ultimate engines at Fallbrook ran great. So, Sean Richards, for both myself, Keenan, and Joey. How long have each of you been in the RC hobby / sport? And what was your first car? He says, P.S. Keep up the great job on the podcast and RCGP. Now, before we answer that.
Too long.
Yeah, you've been in it for a while. I've been in it for, oh man. My first car was a Kyosho Ultima Stadium truck. I bought it out of the magazine of Tower Hobbies in 1991. I begged my mom forever to buy that thing, and she finally did, and I got it just before Christmas that year. And I didn't know what the hell I was doing. I just got the highest RPM, lowest turn motor I could get. I was running a wiper blade ESC. I painted the body with paint, like brushed paint. I put damn motor oil in the shocks because I didn't have shock oil. And I wanted
the funniest thing?
What?
You still don't know what the hell you're doing.
Well, I do.
After all these years.
I do. I just have turned off RC, that side of RC for me. Because if I get all technical and back into it, I'm going to want to race again.
Okay, take it easy, Joe Rogan.
I like to watch racing. No. I have to race next year, though. I didn't race at all this year. So, that was my first car. But my first 8-scale car was in 1995, right out of high school. I got an MBX4 with a Nova Rossi 3-port, and I still didn't know what I was doing. But
I believe you.
yeah. What about you? What was your first car? Wasn't it a Kyosho or something?
First, when I was really young, we had this Tamiya Vanessa's lunchbox, that yellow one. You know the one I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, that one, but that didn't really last, And then also, there was also a buggy. Like I had two. Fucking how lucky is that? But yeah, that didn't last. Maybe a summer or something. And then when I really got into it, I had a Kyosho. Some Kyosho Pure 10 it was called.
A what?
Pure 10 on-road.
Oh, okay. Was it
and then
was it Nitro?
Yeah, Nitro. And then I saw 8-scale Nitro off-road, and then I traded it in for 8-scale.
Was it like a scale body? Or was it like one
Yeah,
of those?
yeah, scale.
I see that Kyosho just starting that all over again. I thought it looked pretty cool. That would be a fun on-road stock class, spec class to get into. Scale bodies and all that stuff.
Yeah, and that was like 2000. So
yeah.
In 99, I kind of started a bit. 2000 was really when I started racing.
Yeah, I've been into RC longer than you. Yeah. Good stuff.
Yeah, probably.
I have. All right, Jeremy Pickett. What's the most important underused function on a radio that people either forget about, don't know about, or don't understand how to use it? And explain what it does and why you feel it's often ignored.
I think on the Sanwa electronics, there's this feeling thing. So it comes at the fastest setting. It's basically, I think, the response of how the radio communicates with the receiver. And there's 10 settings or 8 or something like that. And it's at the fastest. So actually, and some, top drivers do this also. You turn that down. So it comes at like 5S. I think S is the fast response. Let's say it's at 5S. You turn it down to like 2S or 1S or maybe like 1F, or I think it's like S is the fast and F is the slow. So there's these different modes. So you truly notice it when you've been practicing for a while, like you have a good feeling with the car, and then you're driving, and then you stop, and then you change it, and you drive again. You'll notice the difference. And I think a lot of people don't know about it, so they don't change it. But it's worth trying. So turn down that speed. Go down from the 5S to maybe 1S. And what it does is it just makes the car easier to drive, and it's not so nervous, twitchy, aggressive. It's just smooths everything out. I think, that's definitely, I think, what people don't realize, don't think about, don't do.
Okay. Good stuff. Isaac Paulsen, I know the answer to this. He goes, have you guys raced much gas truck in the past? And he says, why do you think the class died? Did you ever race gas truck, Joseph?
Yeah, just one time.
Where did you race it?
Well, actually, I didn't even race it. I just drove it. But it was really fun. It's really difficult to drive. Mm-hmm. And yeah, that really teaches you how to drive.
Yeah, I still have my first gas truck. It's here somewhere. I actually bought it from Kendall Bennett. Used.
Yeah, I think it died because of Truggy, and then the tracks developed and became big. The jumps became too big, the tracks became too big, and 10-scale gas truck wasn't, very good on those tracks anymore. Yeah. So when the tracks got bigger, Truggy entered the scene, then that's why it died.
I see in Texas they've kind of rejuvenated it, and they raced it the other day. They had about 15 of them. So they went pretty crazy down there in Texas in gas truck. It was good to see. I got 5 of them here. And I would love to race mine once again. So I think, Truggy killed it. And Truggy, because Truggy was just easier to drive. It was fun. And gas truck took a lot of skill, man. It was hard. It was hard. But I would like to see it come back, but I don't think it ever will. Not to how it used to be. But that seems to be like how all these fast guys got fast. Like, you know, when you talk to Dagani and like all these guys like Tebow, Cavallari, they always talk about gas truck a lot. You know?
Yeah.
So, all right. Christopher Fail, what would you consider the most underused adjustment on a nitro buggy setup wise?
Underused adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
What do people normally not change?
Camber. I think people set camber at one length and
maybe,
leave it.
Yeah, probably camber. Yeah, probably camber, because camber is actually an amazing setup change. Not on all cars. So I've explained this at length before, but when a car is designed well, the angles of the wheels, when the camber angles of the wheels, which are obviously constantly changing as you go around the track and the suspension is moving, they will be within a certain working range and they'll stay relatively consistent. So when you make a small change, you're just moving that window slightly. So let's say there's a perfect place to place that. You can find that place by adjusting camber for a specific track driver condition. And when you do it, it's just amazing. It's so much more grip, so much more corner speed, so much more invisible speed. It's crazy. I can't remember now how much the lap time changed, but we were in Italy with Max and we set the camber by temperature. So I wanted to try a system where I would do laps. I'd come in, Max would measure the tire temperature, inside, middle, outside on all wheels, and adjust the camber accordingly. So if the outside of the tire was colder than the middle and inside, then he would reduce the camber. And if the opposite was true, that outside was warmer than the middle or the inside, then it would add camber. And that's how we adjusted the camber. And I kid you not, it was a huge difference. It was over half a second a lap. And this was a track that we had been at for days. And we had sort of figured out what the best lap was and what the magic, perfect lap was and what the 5-minute result was. And this was just a huge change. And it was only camber. So that's something that people miss. Even the top drivers. I think even the best drivers in the world, when they're racing someone and they're neck and neck with someone, if their mechanic had a camber tool, in the pits and they came in and adjusted camber, went back out, I think they could find a 10th or 2 on their competition just doing that. But no one does it because we aren't professional enough. But if we were at that level, yes. Yeah, camber makes a huge difference.
Okay. All right, David Swan. I met him at Fall Brawl. He goes, "Do you think a short, wide arena cross style track would make for some good racing? Will RCGP incorporate camera shots like split screens with driver radio input and the car on the track, or track level shot with sounds of the race like some other forms of motorsports? Has RCGP reached out to MAV TV?"
There were some shots, or there have been some shots like that in the past. I don't know if RCGP had them. There have been shots of the drivers, but I missed the beginning. What was the point? Like, what did he think this would do?
Hold on for a second. Let me go back. Shit. He says, "Do you think a short, wide arena cross style track would make for some good racing? Will RCGP incorporate camera shots like split screens with driver radio input and their car on the track, or a track level shot type of shot with sounds of the race like some other forms of motorsports?" And then he asked, "Has RCGP reached out to MAV TV?"
Yeah, I mean, smaller track, lower speeds, close racing. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I think it would work, especially if you have, really good drivers. I never went, but there was this hobby show in the past was it RCX or what was it called, when they built this small track and
Yes.
had racing, heads-up racing.
Mhm.
I never went. I don't know. Was that good?
I don't.
That's pretty much it.
Oh, you mean at the expo? Are you talking about? Sorry.
Yeah.
Like, but
Yeah.
that wasn't. Is it like a? I don't know. I've never been. I know Joe Zaire and Joe Zaire and those guys had a race at a snowmobile swap meet, like a small race, little small track, 4 cars on a track, and he said the crowd went wild. Like, just simple track, and it was fun, motocrossy, roost flying, and the crowd loved it. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. Mav TV, that's the people who do motocross and all that stuff, correct?
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you reached out to them?
I don't know. I haven't.
Yeah, I don't know. Good idea, but there's lots of people we like to reach out to. So, but it's hard, man. We have a product, now we have to get it into the hands of people. So, I don't know. All right, next question. Let me find it. I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. Here we go. This is from Bro Akil. Bro's getting ready for the Vietnam race. I was talking to him yesterday. He says, for JQ, when you race at your level, do you change gear ratio, particularly the spur and clutch bell often, depending on track layout? If you do, what is your rule of thumb? And then he says, do other top pros also change their gear ratio, often to acquire such speed and low temperature depending on layout?
In the past, I think we changed more. Like now, we always just run 13 clutch bell. But in the past, we run 14 and sometimes even 15. But now it seems we just run 13 all the time. But I do change the main gear. So small track, tight track, run the 49 with the even smoother gearing. So 45, 14 in the gearboxes. So I run the 49 and then bigger track, 48, real big track, maybe 47. So I changed the main gear.
Didn't you guys go, I know Max didn't he go to change the pinions, the ring pinions for the Euros, not this year, but the previous year because the track was so high you couldn't generate any power?
Yeah, so we were at elevation and then there was high grip and had this stupid layout with stupid jumps and then dumb sections. So you needed a lot of punch, a lot of power. So we ran the 4313 in the gearboxes just to get more punch, more power.
Yeah. How about temperature wise?
That's one thing. What do you mean?
Like to control temperatures. I don't
know. I haven't checked. I don't know that it makes a big difference for that.
Yeah. All right, Joseph Cood, what effect does a wicker bill have on the rear of the car?
Just more downforce,
okay.
More grip on the rear, it feels like. More stability.
Okay. So
it's actually a noticeable difference.
Yeah. So the bigger the wicker bill, more downforce. How about jump wise?
Yeah, just more stable. Okay. You do notice a difference.
All right. And our final question is from Craig Kinsey. He asks, what other podcasts do each of you listen to? Do you want to go ahead, Joseph?
Braap Nitro show and let me check my phone.
Joe Rogan.
Sometimes, but I don't listen to that podcast. I put that on YouTube. Sam Harris Making Sense podcast. Steve Mathis show. Braap Nitro show. RCGP, MX Vice. Non-MRC podcast. Fly Moto 60 show. That's it.
Yeah, I listen to Joe Rogan a lot. My favorite Joe Rogan podcast of all time is the Forrest Gallant podcast.
Who?
Forrest Gallant, the guy who's looking for thylacines and all that type of stuff. He goes.
Fuck.
Basically, he goes into.
I don't even want to know.
No, but listen, he works for like the Animal Planet or something like that, and he goes into like all these. He goes to like where some tribes haven't seen people for 50 years and all that stuff in the Amazon and all that crazy stuff and looking for
cool story, man.
Yeah, it's awesome. He's freaking awesome. I don't care what you say. I listen to you got me into Pulp MX. I listen to that. Obviously, Pulp MX has a big influence on this podcast. I like Steve Mathis. I think he's funny. He's super savage too. I listen to Beyond the Grid, which is a Formula One podcast. Actually, David Isherwood hit me to that, as well as Pierre Ronnefolk's old man. I
listen to some of them actually too. I listen to Manchester City podcast as well. I listen to pretty much all the RC podcasts. I listen to Track Walk. I listen to Voice RC, State of RC, Joe's Ran Out of Talent, Aiden's Extra Lap, and I listened to TSR, and my first podcast was that I ever really listened to was the Radio Impound podcast, which is Gotti Jr. and Jason Reynolds podcast. But I think Johnny Gotti Jr. stopped. He's like, I've done 200 episodes and I'm done. So I only listen to the RC podcast when you say that there's something I should listen to. Because it's RC.
Yeah, but I don't know. I really like Beyond. I like Beyond the Grid too, because that guy actually goes to the races and he interviews the drivers at the races and stuff, like when they're chilled out, or like the last one was pretty good with Daniel Ricciardo. So those are some of my favorite podcasts. I think Joe Rogan is pretty much what I'll be listening to when I travel and whatnot, because I like to get away from RC as well. So I like Joe Rogan.
Okay.
All right. Well, I think that's enough. All of our Facebook questions. Let's go on to the Invisible Speed RC segment. Ready?
Yeah.
You are now locked in to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment. Check out AssaultRC.com for the latest products for all your performance RC needs. Featuring the best lubes and specialty tools on the market. Use promo code LEFTY19 at checkout for 10% off your entire order at AssaultRC.com.
Welcome to the Assault RC Invisible Speed segment.
You still haven't figured out the volumes.
It's perfectly fine here, and it comes out fine.
It's too loud.
It's not. It's right.
Yes,
it's not.
it is.
It's right perfectly at 12. Okay? I know I'm watching.
Maybe dial it down to 8 or 10 or something. It's definitely louder than when we're talking.
You're always complaining.
Yeah.
Always complaining.
Because you're always fucking this up.
All right. Our question comes from Adam Camacho, and he asked us a couple of weeks ago. He says, can you speak about clutches, specifically the difference between a 3 and 4 shoe clutch, the applications for each, how to tune with shoe material, spring rates, how you know when you have the perfect clutch settings?
I'll admit, the clutch is actually something that I haven't tested enough recently. I should test more, because a clutch is invisible speed. I've written a blog about this. Home track in Finland, I couldn't do 9 laps. Could not do it. So close, so many times. Put one carbon shoe on, fucking made 9 laps. Because it just, delivered the power smoother, accelerated faster, less wheel spin. I just made it. I took the clutch shoe from the ready to run. So yeah, clutch makes a difference. But I've kind of kept it simple. I run the stock JQ3 shoe clutch, 2 1.1 springs, 1 1.0, all CNC shoes. It's really good. It's always good. It's never going to be an issue, so it's a safe bet. 4 shoe clutches, for me, always, they've been more aggressive than the 3 shoe ones. Just always. I hear the TLR clutch, the old one at least, I don't know if they changed it, that it's been really good. All these other clutches, the Fioroni style, like the Reds one, the JVD, all of these with that top hat thing, 4 shoes, put the hat on, twist it, all of these clutches, I think they are all more aggressive than my 3-shoe clutch. And also they change. So when they wear out, they change. And they change more than my 3-shoe clutch. So that's why I don't run them. Also, there's one more spring to break or something to mess up and fuck you all up. So, yeah. So, I don't know. Some people like to run the 4-shoe clutches. Maybe on a truggy, you need power. You need bottom end. Maybe that's really the best application for them. But for buggy, for me, I tend to prefer the 3-shoe clutch. You tune the 3-shoe with one plastic shoe or with one softer spring, and yeah, that's what I do. Why do you put the plastic? I explained that. It just smooths it out because the initial, how it grabs is smoother, and the same thing goes for when you have 2 harder springs and 1 softer spring. So that's the one shoe will start to drag sooner than the other 2, so it starts to engage a bit, and then the other 2 shoes grab. So it's a smoother transition from free-wheeling to when the clutch engages. So yeah, I don't know. What more can I say? I haven't had time or made the time to test all the clutches and this and that, testing. Like when I do testing different to most people. Most people test and it's guesstimation. Mm-hmm. It's not real testing. They don't control the variables and the track condition and this and that, and they don't do it properly. To test properly takes time and effort, and I have limited time and effort, and clutches is something I haven't tested properly. So yeah.
But you like us. I've found that you're more of you don't like a lot of power. You do like power, but you like controllable power. Do you like a softer clutch yourself, or do you want something that's gonna like just light up the wheels as soon as you can and just use your throttle finger to control it more?
Well, aggressive clutches don't light up the wheels as soon as you can. Like if you're a very smooth driver, if you use just a bit of throttle, it doesn't go enough. You need to use more throttle, more RPM, then it grabs and then it goes. So there's that thing too. If the clutch is too soft, like the springs are too soft, the shoes grab too early, you don't have enough power because our engines need to get up to certain revs to make power. They don't make power from nothing. They need to have revs, then there's power. So if the shoe engages too soon...
Well, I should have said, then I don't... Like when I mean a harder hitting clutch, something that... I know what you're saying, like a clutch that engages too soon, it doesn't make power. I'm talking more about something... It's
not even like a clutch that engages too soon. It doesn't really make it smoother. It just makes it shit. Because you don't have power, and then at some point you have power. It like messes up the power band of the engine because first it bogs and then it goes, and it's supposed to. You need to have a clutch that fits your engine, how you tune it, and how you drive. So it needs to be in a way where there are no surprises. It's not dead and then suddenly you have power. It's not grabbing and then it grabs and then it has power. Like a too soft and too hard clutch will make it erratic and hard to drive because the power will come at a time when the driver doesn't expect it. And it's similar to when your engine is too lean and running on and this and that. It's your engine is doing something you don't expect. So yeah, so that's something to keep in mind. So it's not that I like a soft clutch or a hard clutch. I like the right clutch. So I like the clutch where the feeling of the engine is always the same. It's linear. Like there's no surprises. I know what it's doing. It engages smooth. I can be smooth. If I want to be aggressive, I can be aggressive. And there's no sort of peak in power because of how the clutch is working. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. There you go. And that is something that I haven't been able to achieve with the 4-shoe clutches. Or if I have, it's that way for a certain while, and then it wears out a bit and it changes. And I hate when that happens. So yeah, the JQ stock clutch is good because it doesn't really change. I can just run it the whole time, and I know it's good.
All right. I did like you know what clutches I used to like to run was the Works clutch.
Yeah, that's the same as JVD and Reds and VR.
Yeah, but I just think I like those clutches. They're easy to. I don't have to put on clutch springs and all that type of stuff, or stab myself with a screwdriver. I like them, even though I can still do it, but easier. I just found them easier. What the Works clutch? I used to get the all aluminum one that lasted forever. So I don't know. I like a more aggressive clutch that, you know, kind of lights up the wheels a little more. I don't like a clutch that engages too fast, I should say. And I try to control it with my throttle finger, but I don't.
You know what I like?
What? All right.
Modelo.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Adam, for the question. I know it took a few weeks to get it answered. And keep those questions coming, everybody. And remember, this section is brought to you by Assault RC. And if you go to assaultrc.com and use the promo code LEFTY19, you will get 10% off your order. All right, Joseph, I will call you back for the rant.
Okay. I might answer.
Do you know what an average RC person thinks about every 3 seconds? RC cars, of course. But who can blame us? We're excited about the good stuff, the cars that endure those long safaris, and the parts that make you that 0.1 seconds faster on the racetrack. Those moments to ourselves when we close the door to the outside world just to hear that high-pitched racing beast even louder. So this is for us, from racer to racer. Euro RC, just RC, no bullshit. Please go to www.eurorc.com. Use promo code NNRC to save you some money on your orders.
So joining me in this episode is a gentleman I've gotten to know after I say about 2 years. I first met him when I went out to DNC 2018. He may not seem like it, but he's actually a good friend with JQ. And we've become good friends and seen him and his family at races. And he's turned into one of the premier track builders in America at the time. And he's one badass fast racer because he's getting faster each time I see him. I'd like to welcome Anthony Westergaard. What's up, Anthony? How are you?
What's going on, Keenan? How are you?
I'm all right, man. Can we have some enthusiasm in your voice? But this is just how you are anyway.
Yeah, I like to be a little nonchalant normally and not try and cause too many problems. But
yeah. Got to hang out with you at RCGP. You worked hard, did an excellent layout there. I was wondering how that was going to work out with you and JQ, but it worked out pretty good. The argument wasn't with you and JQ.
Yeah, it was. There was more discussion between him and Andrew.
Yeah. That was funny. But Andrew's a good guy, and it worked out.
Oh, yeah.
But I was like, man, I think Anthony's going to kill JQ. And I was waiting for, like, you guys to have a blow up. But you didn't. So that was good because I know how it is to work for Joseph.
Yeah, it actually worked out really good. Me, Andrew, and JQ all ride dirt bikes. So putting the track together actually worked out really cool. It was good to have 3 guys there that actually have a motorcycle background. We tried to make it as much like a mini dirt bike track as we could.
Yeah, and that's like the first time I've actually sat down and watched somebody build a track like in America from start to finish. So it was good. It was good for me. I was there messing around with this podcast. You was there that day. Remember, Jokey was like, "You broke it. You broke it." And I didn't break it. Yeah. It was faulty from the factory, we found out. So anyway. But yeah, welcome to the show, man. I'm glad you come on. I know you don't listen to my podcast much, but that's fine.
I've listened to a couple of them.
Yeah, I'm sure you haven't. but that's cool. So, yeah, man, we've got to know each other. You and your family always traveling to races. Your son, I love him to death. He's like, he really needs a Red Bull every now and then so he could get more energy.
Yeah.
Your wife, she's always at the races, just nice. She's active and you're racing. You guys, it's a good family thing. So I guess my first question to you, man, is how and when did you get started into RC? Because you come from an MX background too, right?
Yeah. So I grew up in Illinois. So when it was winter time there, I was still on 50s, so we couldn't race during the winter there. So my dad got me into RC cars. So we used to go to Hobbytown during the winter and race two-wheel buggy back in, it was probably 95. We did it for probably 5 years or so when I was younger, and then I kind of grew out of it and started doing other stuff, racing bicycles and stuff during the winter.
So I didn't know you was from Illinois at first. When did you move to California?
I joined the Marine Corps in 2010, and I did 8 years in the Marine Corps and then got out. So I ended up just staying out here. I bought a house a year before I got out of the Marine Corps, so I ended up staying out here, and I met Ashley, so started a family and stayed out.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Do you really live out in the desert? Because JQ was telling me the other day, it's like, Anthony really lives out in the desert. Like, there was nothing around.
No, we live out in the middle of nowhere. We can ride dirt bikes straight out of our driveway, and it's super cheap to live out here. And I live 2 or 3 miles away from the Marine Corps base where I work, so
okay,
it's convenient for us.
That's good. That's good. So when did you start taking RC a little more seriously? Like, when did you get into it? Did you get into it after you left the Marine Corps or staying in California more, or what?
Yeah, so we actually had a friend down the street that races dirt bikes that I had a broken leg at the time. So I started talking to him because he had cars. So I started driving his, and he was like, how do you know how to do this? I was like, well, I used to do it a long time ago with my dad. And I went and got a short course, and we had a high desert short course club that would meet on Saturdays, and we had like 40 or 50 entries that were just at like backyard tracks. And then the guy at the local hobby shop got me into nitro. He took me down to Thunder Alley, and I was hooked. As soon as I smelled the nitro and saw what was going on, I was very intrigued by it. So we went and I got a Losi 2.0, and I think 2014, and started going down to Thunder and just club racing and learning from a couple of guys down there, and we were hooked. So from then on, it's been pretty much full time since then.
Yeah, you were right. You haven't really been into RC that long. 6 years next year, so it's not a long time.
Yeah, we just started doing it not that long ago, so trying to do what we can.
Yeah. Who were some of your early influences when you got involved in 8 scale?
Chris Morale helped me a lot.
Yeah.
Down at Palm Desert, he started to teach me the clutch bell bearings and all the basics of nitro stuff. He was one of the ones that helped me a lot. There was a guy, Vinny, at the local hobby shop up in Yucca Valley that kind of took me under his wing and started teaching me a little bit about tuning and all that stuff. So
yeah, Chris is a good guy. If he raced more, he'd be super, like, for a guy that barely races, Chris can do really well, and he's super science mode. Oh man.
Yeah.
That guy.
Him and Dylan Hoffman.
Oh yeah, him and Dylan. I call him
a lot too.
Yeah, Dylan's a great machinist. Really good machinist, man. I call them the science mode twins, because once they start talking, it goes right over my head, and I just go have a beer or something, because those two love setup. They love all that type of stuff, and they got all these crazy ideas. So yeah, I didn't know. But Chris Morales is a little younger than you too. So yeah. Good guy. Both of them good guys, actually.
Yeah.
So you came from a MX background. Does that influence your RC a little bit? Because I think it does. If you know MX, you can transition over to RC a little bit easier. How do you feel?
Yeah, I think so for sure. The RC stuff, the only thing that's really different is the controller, in my opinion. you still have to deal with momentum and line choice and all the other basics of racing. So you still come from a racing background, so you understand how to set people up in corners to pass, and I think I try to drive as cautious as I can around people, just because I do come from a motorcycle background where you weren't supposed to be slamming people. So
do you still get, okay, because you still ride, right? You don't race anymore, but you still ride. Do you?
Yeah, I don't really race much anymore. I've had
injuries.
Too many injuries. Yeah.
That's like the story of every motocross person I've met.
Yeah.
Do you still get the similar sensation driving, racing RC cars as you do riding or racing motocross bikes? Or is it just not the same?
Yeah, I think it is for sure, especially for a main. I still get that same adrenaline rush at the start. So I think that was one of the things I was trying to do, is to fill that adrenaline rush still. So you still get that racing urge for sure.
Yeah. And as we was talking before we came on air, there's quite a few motocross guys that race RC cars, and I need to get some of them on this podcast. But then we look at guys like Joe Bornhorst, used to be a good motocross rider, transitioned over into RC. He's excelled in it. Tebow loves motocross. He's still good in RC. You can see him ride too. I guess he can ride pretty good. I don't know how to judge people on motocross bikes. I don't know what happened to Joseph.
Tebow gets it.
Joseph must ride motocross bikes as bad as he drives RC cars or something. Because
we took JQ out on the pit bikes while he was out at my house a couple weeks ago. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, you thought he almost killed himself, didn't you?
Yeah. He high-sided in one of the 50s and crashed his brains out, so that was entertaining for us.
He said he rolled down some dune or like head planted face first into the sand.
Oh, yeah. It was epic. It was fun.
He needs to stay off bikes, man. He's injured himself a lot, too. So he can't afford that. But speaking of Joseph, how did you meet him anyway? Because you guys have a very strange relationship. Like one time I weren't sure if you guys were friends or not, because you blocked him on Facebook. But how did you meet him?
I think I met him at DNC a couple of years ago, and I just got to talking to him on the sidelines, and he's a completely different person in person than he is on the internet.
Mm-hmm.
So normally when I block him on Facebook, it's because he's getting all political and going full keyboard warrior.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm actually good friends with Joseph. He's a good person.
Yeah.
Off the internet. Like, he gets a little crazy on the internet, so I just kind of try to avoid that part of him. But
yeah,
he's super good with Mason, and Ashley likes him. So
yeah, he's. I tell people all the time, Joseph actually is a really good guy in person. Yes, he can still be Finnish when he's in person as well, or when he's in science mode. But he's really a good guy. I see you guys have done some. I think you did I saw a video where you guys went to a BMX pump track or something. Was you involved in that? And he took his RC car.
Oh no, that was at the dirt bike track. He came and was watching me ride at Milestone, and they have a bicycle track there, and we were sitting there messing around, and we were filming his car, and mid jump I kickflip his car, like finger flip it.
Oh yeah, I gotta see that. Yeah. I don't remember that one, but
pretty cool.
There's another one where he was racing with some motocross guys on a track there in Cali too. Was you?
I don't think I was there.
Okay, yeah, but you and him do definitely get along. You like RC cars. You both love motocross, and he does actually get along. Really, your son really likes him. I don't know why, but
yeah,
he really does like him.
Yeah, they're on the same mental capacity.
Mason might be
a child at heart.
Mason might be a little bit more advanced than Joseph. I don't know. All right, now this is one thing. Myself, Mike Hill, even Joseph, he probably won't admit it to you, but he'll admit it to me. I met you, let's say 2 years ago. I think you just started running HB, and you switched over to TLR here a year ago. But in the last, I would say 1.5 years, I would say after you came back from the Worlds, because you didn't have the best worlds, but this year you have improved a lot. Like, I mean, when I saw you at DNC, you did well. You came to PMB too, which was good. But this last RCGP, when I was out there for RCGP, I saw you at Thunder Alley. I'm sorry, not Thunder Alley. I saw you at the JBRL and then at RCGP. And you've gotten really fast over the last year. And what have you done to get faster?
Really, it's just like my support group. The whole TLR team has been awesome. Brian Kinney, Ryan Dunford, Kevin Gahan, they all kind of just took me under their wing and really helped me start to change setup. And when I was running HB cars and everything else, I had my one setup on my car, and I would just change tires pretty much. Like, I wouldn't really mess with setup because I didn't really know what I was doing.
Mm-hmm.
All these guys have kind of showed me all the ins and outs of the TLR car and really fine-tuning everything to make it fit my driving style and to show me things to change here and there to make it fit the track that we're on.
And you raced a lot this year too.
Yeah, we've been racing a lot. We've pretty much raced, I think we've taken maybe 3 or 4 weekends off all year.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how you pulled that one off with your wife, but she does go to the races with you. You went to PMB.
Well, she likes to travel too.
Oh, yeah. Did she come to PMB too? I can't remember.
Yep.
Yeah.
Her and Mason go with me to every single race. So,
how did you like your journey over to the East Coast? Was that your first time you went to the Nationals, right?
Yeah. And we've been to AMS.
Okay.
And a couple other races over there, but PMB is definitely one of my favorite races. Dave puts on some really, really cool events.
How'd you make out this year? I don't remember.
I actually made the A in both classes. I don't remember how I did overall, but
yeah, Tyler Jones was on fire that weekend.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah.
That was the first time I had met Tyler.
Mm-hmm.
We've never really seen him at DNC or Silver State or anything. We went over there, and I didn't really know him. And he came out and, like, TQ'd and won. And I was like, whoa.
He's fast, man. In the 8 scale,
he's
he's
quick.
really fast. I hope he does.
And his setup is different than everything that we're running on the West Coast. So
really,
I was, like, looking over his car, and I was like, whoa. The shock positions, springs, pistons, diff fluids, everything was different compared to what we were running. So it was interesting to see the different setup choices from one coast to the other too.
Yeah, I'd like to see him come over to the West Coast and race like DNC and some of the bigger races there. I think everybody kind of has to.
It's kind of like a big indoor race.
Yeah, well,
track doesn't get much character.
Exactly. Don't say character. God damn it. No, it doesn't. It used to, but that track doesn't get rough. Wicked Weekend got a little bit rough, but California, man, those tracks, they get rough. They, I tell everybody, well, that leads into my next topic, RC in Cali, man. You live there, you race there a lot. I mean, you don't do much 10 scale, but you do a lot of 8 scale racing. And why do you feel that? I feel that, obviously, it's always been an East Coast, West Coast thing, but I feel like the best overall racers in RC are on the West Coast. I mean, there's some in the Midwest as well, and there's some good guys on the East Coast too. But right now, the only successful East Coast guy to transition over in the West Coast is probably Cole. But why do you think California guys or West Coast guys seem to excel in RC, especially in 8 scale?
It's just like dirt bikes. So growing up, all the fast kids came from the West Coast. Well, we can drive all year round. We don't really have a time of year where we can't be outside running nitro cars. Mm-hmm. The guys on the East Coast, like Dakota and all those guys, they can only run 8 scale, maybe 7 or 8 months out of the year.
Mm-hmm.
And we have those extra 5 months that we can be running outdoors and still testing and tuning and all that stuff. So I think that's a huge help.
The tracks as well, you think?
I definitely think there's a difference in track builds on the East Coast and West Coast. Mm-hmm. And really the dirt. The dirt on the East Coast seems more of a clay compound where it stays together a lot better, and we have just regular black dirt here.
Yeah. The East Coast tracks, they're kind of smooth. Like, I mean, I just came from Full Bro, and that was probably I don't think I've seen traction and a track that smooth ever. I have never been to Thornhill. I didn't know what it looked like at the Nationals this past year. But yeah, I think that's the case. And I see a lot of East Coast guys that are really good and really fast, but they just seem to struggle when they come over to the West Coast. And I can only think that it comes down to it's just a different track there. It's just different surface, different tires. It gets rough. And I mean, you guys race a lot. That little bit of time that I spent this year, I went to like Hot Rod Hobbies on a Tuesday night. Richard had 8 scale, like a full contingent of racing. It was great. He had some like Degani and Mike Hill was there. He had a blast. And then we went to JBRL at Proline that following weekend, which was full of talent. Then we did RCGP. So it's like you guys race a lot too. Not just on the weekends, but throughout the week.
Yeah.
So
definitely a lot of driving compared to, I feel like the East Coast guys kind of only get a certain amount of time that they can run, especially because they have a lot more inclement weather with rain and snow and all the other stuff they have over there. So
why don't you race more 10 scale? Just something you're not into? Or I see you tried it once in a while.
Yeah, I try it every once in a while. I like going to run carpet stuff because it's kind of just plug and play. I can go try and work on my consistency or whatever. But the 10 scale clay stuff is, I feel like that's a whole nother realm with it's a science project with sauce and tires and heating up tires and all the other, they're charging at crazy amps. There's a lot of stuff going on. So it's kind of like jumping into nitro. It's kind of, you have to start all over. And I mean, the setup stuff all goes back and forth, but you do have to really know. You drive a 10 scale 2-wheel completely different than a 4-wheel nitro car.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. I think if I was to race 10 scale, I'd only want to do it on carpet as well. I don't feel like sanding on tires and saucing tires. I mean, they still sauce on carpet and stuff too, but I don't feel like doing all that. I just want to go out and have fun and race and run.
Yeah.
So, all good, man. I see JQ's going all OCRC on us.
Yeah.
He's getting all serious about RC. And he said probably, I must admit, when he's in California though, and he's racing a lot and testing a lot, he does get a lot better. Like 2018 DNC, he was good till he threw it all away. But I mean, hopefully he can. I don't know. He's getting old. He's got too much stuff to do. He won't admit that. But I mean, maybe this will help him out. Maybe a few months in California racing, hanging out, having fun with RC will make him a little bit faster. We'll see. But I think you're gonna beat him anyway. I think that's just it. That's his goal now. His goal now is to beat you. Where before he's like, you need to beat me. Now he's chasing you.
Yeah. I mean, last year when we raced at Santa Barbara, he lapped me in 15 minutes. So I feel like I've gotten a little bit better and can at least hang with him now. So
yeah, that's actually a really great track that doesn't get much use. Santa Barbara, really nice, beautiful out there.
Yeah.
All right, so let's talk about factory tracks because that's something you've been actively involved in. I didn't really know you built tracks until this year, to be honest. I knew you had a track in your backyard, which was pretty badass, but I didn't know that you was like actually a track builder. I knew you built the track at Palm Desert. Maybe you was practicing on this year at DNC. When did you start like getting serious about building tracks? And how did you start building tracks, period, I should say?
I used to do a bunch of Bobcat stuff in Illinois when I was younger. And then I really started doing the RC tracks. That Palm Desert track that I did for was right before DNC. That was the first track that I built. So last year, I believe.
Really? Like your first full track? Or you've messed around with tracks before?
Full track. That was the first track that I got to build.
Okay. But this year you've kind of blown up. I mean, you've been busy.
yeah, there's a lot of people that wanted to. They saw what I did at Palm Desert, and that worked out really well. So they started to get interested in what I could do at their place.
Then RCGP kind of. Oh, you did the Pro Line track for JBRL as well, correct?
Yeah, that was a
rush job, I believe.
Yeah, yeah. We came into some problems over at Palm Desert with the lease from the previous owner, so we had to move the JBRL over to Proline, and for Daniel letting us do that, I told him I would put a layout in there, so I donated my time over there to get a layout thrown in, and I think we did it in like 12 hours or something with piping and everything, so we had to rush it in a little bit because we had inclement weather also. We got some rain when I was like halfway through the build, so that made it real difficult to do. But then you did the RCGP track. I think that kind of boosted your whole factory tracks as well. Like a lot of people, people around the world got to see it. I just recently saw the track you did. You did Tony Schumacher's track, the Nitro Compound. Man, I think that track is so badass. It's big. It's like a mix between supercross and motocross. Big jumps. Oh man, I want to really go see his track. I want to go. I haven't turned laps in a long time, but that's one track I like to go to. And the Palm Desert track looks badass too. You guys had the Toys for Tots race there, so yeah, that was super successful. Yeah. Tony was awesome to work with too, because when I showed up, I was like, so I had a blueprint of what I had in mind, and I asked him what he wanted and what he prefers, and he just said jumps, big jumps. I was like, okay, perfect. I can do that. And I talked to Ryan Mayfield about it also, and he was like, normally it takes me 1 or 2 laps to get used to a track. And he's like, it took me a good probably couple tanks to actually get the track down because it was that technical. So, which is cool. Like a lot of people are worried about, oh, my Sunday crowd or all the bashers or whatever. But really, people don't care about that. If they can come to the track and send their cars off big jumps, they're happy. Pretty much. Yeah. And some big jumps there. Yeah. And the pictures don't do it justice either. When you go to Tony's house, the back straightaway is probably, the landing of the jumps are probably 10 foot tall. But it's up on that elevated platform also, but all the other jumps are probably 4 and 5 feet tall also. Yeah. I definitely got to get out there. A ton of dirt to work with. What type of dirt is that? Is that like desert dirt, or is it? It's like a clay sand mix, kind of. So it sticks together. And AJ was telling me when they water it and roll it, he said it's like concrete. He said he was out there with a pick trying to make holes in the corners to test suspension stuff, and they couldn't make holes. So interesting. Yeah, and then recently, like I said, that Palm Desert track was money too. That's like Palm Desert isn't a very big track, but if you put in some definitely not. Yeah, some interesting layouts there that can be fitting. It's like a little corner, and it's nice. I like it there. It's beautiful there as well. Yeah, and we still have like 25 to 26 second lap times for the pro class. So we I normally try and keep lap times at 30 to 40 seconds, so that way it's manageable. You don't have an entire minute out lap. So yeah. Tell me, what's your favorite part of building tracks? What do you like to do the most? I really just like building jumps and making it technical. I don't like to make jumps to where everybody can do it. You just hold the car wide open and you make jumps. I want to have a lot of timing and make it so the sportsman class is 3 or 4 seconds off of the pro class. Makes sense. Like there are some tracks that like there's only a second difference between the pro class and the sportsman class because there's not something to separate you. Yeah, it's too easy. What's your least favorite part of building a track? My least favorite? Yeah, like what you do not like to do when it comes to building tracks. Trying to build step-on, step-offs is not fun. Really? Really just the finish work. Trying to get everything like perfect is like just meticulous. I really like just building the jumps and having a roller there is awesome because you can literally just roll the landings and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Or trying to build rhythm sections, like just rollers, it's kind of difficult because it's trying to get the Bobcat in between, or just like tight sections, really.
What was the most difficult part of the RCGP track?
That middle section that there's 2 rollers that step on, and then the landing. That was.
You mean right before you make the corner? You made the corner to go to the wall.
Yeah.
Oh, I loved it. That was honestly, that was so Supercross. I loved it.
Yeah.
Like
it held up really well
yeah.
too. I was afraid that the jump on part was going to get a big hole in it and a kicker and people are going to be flipping and stuff. But we rolled that jump with the Bobcat for like 3 hours. That whole section took forever.
Yeah. And
we were just
it's
trying
not
to make
that
sure
big
it
though.
wouldn't fall apart.
It wasn't, they weren't big jumps. It was just like, whoop, whoop, jumped up, jumped off. But I thought that was such a cool section of the track. I mean, all the other jumps and where the Pearl of Doom was and all that stuff, that was fun. But that little technical section, it was important, man. It was
and that's what separates people too, is that section.
Yeah.
And there was so many options. You could go triple onto the step on, step off, or you could double, or you could single, jump on, jump off. Just having options like that is probably like one of the coolest things about making a track is to see people put different lines together.
I definitely enjoyed that. I'm going to actually go back and look at some video from that section because I enjoyed it that much. So I take it you like to build Supercross style tracks, or do you prefer to do a little more like a motocross style?
I think it depends on the facility. Like at Wild West, I like to do more of a motorcycle or like a motocross style setup because the dirt's a little more loamy. Where at like Thunder, you can get away with doing a Supercross layout and have jumps right out of the corners. But at Wild West, if you have jumps right out of the corners, you're accelerating off the faces and all the faces get messed up.
Oh, okay.
So you kind of have to make it more open.
Yeah.
So it mostly depends on dirt.
Yeah.
If I could make every track a Supercross track, I would.
Yeah. But I think like Tony Schumacher's track's like a mix of both. Like I said earlier, because it's really big too. What's one feature that you haven't built yet that you would like to do and you haven't really seen it on any track yet?
I actually have this set up for a track build that I'm doing at Proline. I want to do split lanes. So like old school Supercross where they had like a whoop section on the right and then a rhythm section on the left.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of waste a little bit of space, but I think it would be something cool to see people's line choice.
Yeah, that makes sense. I know what you mean. That would look good too. It would take up a whole big section. I think that would have to be like right in the middle where everybody could see it too.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe you could do 8 foot on each one, and then you'd only waste like maybe 3 or 4 feet.
Yeah, it don't have to be as wide as the other lines, I would say.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, all right, being as we're talking about tracks and features, let's talk about the starting gate at RCGP. All right, you liked it a lot. That was probably the biggest topic coming out of that race. I know you built it. What would you do different to build it if you had to build one like for a race again?
So, me and Joseph were talking about this after the race, and I think when the gate dropped, you have corrals almost like that would. Like if you put pipe on each side, so if you put 10 pipes across and separated all those cars with pipe, so the first 6 feet of the start, they're in their own thing and can't bump the car next to them.
That makes sense.
Because like I was telling Joseph when we did it, I was like, we need to make it so there's a down and quiet almost. So people can't just be on the gate holding the car wide open and waiting for the gate to drop. Because that's when it would get bad. Was when people would do that. They would hit the gas before the car actually settled. If the car settled and then they took off, then it wasn't bad because it had the weight of the car to actually apply grip to the car.
Yeah. But
when people were on the gas before they hit, their tires are all ballooned and the car would get all whiskey and hit the cars next to it.
But like if you put 6 feet, like if you put lanes, like you said, like make lanes for each car so they don't bump into the other car. Then they could just pin it and go.
Have the first 10 feet. Yeah.
I think that would be cool. I also told them maybe have each each staggered. So when you do qualify, say you qualify first. So you're like, maybe make it like first is out 6 feet further than, or 4 feet further than second. You know, staggered like that all the way down. I don't know. That's a lot of space to take up. I did see one years ago that was actually 2 gates. So basically they were facing each other, but they were separated. So maybe they had, just imagine if you had a straightaway, like a T. Just imagine you had a T. So you had one starting gate on one side, of, like the top of the T, and the other side on the other top of the T, and they both combined to go into the T and go, the bottom part of the T and go out. So that maybe
like Monster Cup.
Yeah. Kind of. So
they had 2 separate gates, and then they came together at a different part of the track.
Well, these came together at the same part of the track.
Oh, gotcha.
But I mean, it wasn't like, so it wasn't a big space. So it was maybe they had 25 feet, maybe not even that much before they had to turn. So people weren't like full tilt, like, you know, and it was only maybe 5 cars in each lane, in each grid. So they kind of went, and I think the starting gates are cool. We used to do them. We still do them in Bermuda. Well, we used to do them all the time, but definitely something to, I like your idea though, having lanes so people can kind of stay there for 10 feet. And then by the time they get out, it's like a big wide spot, like it's wider so they can.
And they have their car under control by then, hopefully.
I thought it was good. I think, gate starts, either if people's gonna like them or they don't like them. If you got a good start, you like them. You got a crappy start, you don't like them. So,
well, like in the main at RCGP, I didn't even go off the gate. The gate dropped, and I waited a second, let everybody pile into each other, and then I just went underneath everybody.
Yeah, I used to do that too back in the day. Like just let everybody go. Like remember, people have their engines pinned, like, and as soon as they go, I just like slam brakes because it was like it let us go, and we went down a ramp, and everybody would go and crash, and then I just come. But then one day I remember I actually got I had a red and yellow body, right? And another guy had a pink and yellow body. So when we took off, I thought that pink and yellow body was my car. So I'm actually, no, I shit you not. I was driving, and I'm like, the car feels good, and I'm driving a lap. I did a whole lap. Then I said, man, something must be wrong with my radio. My car isn't responding how I want it to respond. All the while, my buddy was chasing my car up and down the road as I was driving the track. I was literally driving the track, but my car was going up and down the road, and I was getting hit by cars and all this type of stuff. So that's just my funny starting gate story. But I'm sure you guys will get it figured out for the first RCGP race coming up here shortly. All in all, it was a good event, I think, and a good gate start.
I think it was good for the spectators mostly.
Mm-hmm.
I think it kind of every time the pros would line up, the gates would be, or the fences would be lined with people like ready to watch. So
yeah, what did you think about you did really good at RCGP. What did you get? Second?
Yeah, I ended up second.
Yeah. Camden kind of checked
I led
out
the first little bit. Yeah, he drove amazing. He drove really good that whole race.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have anything for him. The whole last probably 30 minutes of the race, we were lap for lap every lap.
Yeah.
I had 2 crashes. I hit that pull of doom thing and got stuck. And I had one other crash where I was stuck in the middle. But other than that, the whole time we were just lap for lap. I was watching where he was on the track, and I started to chip away, but I didn't have enough to be able to catch him. So,
what do you think about RCGP? Do you like the whole concept? Do you think it's something we need in RC?
Yeah, definitely. I think the RCGP thing was super cool.
Yeah. Having
the schedule and having Mao on the radio was pretty entertaining. That the track is open.
Hamburger. The guys with Jay Smoker, the guys kept saying, he was like, hamburger. Jay Smoker. Yeah, I think it was great. I think everybody had fun. I'm looking forward to March 29th, first one. Supposed to be.
And having a time to marshal before your race, especially before mains, I think is really good, because there's always that person that didn't have a good main, and then when they marshal, they're just over it and want to go home.
Mm-hmm.
So that influences the way they marshal.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Having them, then they're fresh when they're out there marshaling and actually want to be out there and don't have other stuff on their plate. So,
yep, I agree. That's something that they do in Europe a lot. Joseph was always talking about it, and he finally got to show how it works. So I know he was happy about that. Very happy. So, as we talked earlier, you and your family always go to races. Ashley's with you. Mason's with you. Has Ashley ever tried to drive a car? A race? Or a race?
She's never raced one, but she's driven Mason's car a couple times. But she doesn't really. She likes just watching me and Mason do it. So
yeah, she's super involved. I mean, at JBRL, she's selling shirts, which I have one right now, actually, and selling pulled pork sandwiches and all that type of stuff. And Mason, man, your son's, he's awesome, but he is like a ball full of energy. He doesn't stop.
Oh yeah, he's a little Tasmanian devil.
He, like, even at PNB, he didn't know where he was, but he was everywhere. He was everywhere.
Well, him and Adam was sitting there throwing a fuel bottle in the pits, an empty flashpoint bottle.
Mm-hmm.
They threw that thing back and forth for probably almost an hour. Mason's running around with some stick that he found with a thing of caution tape around his head like a ninja. I'm like, oh, man.
He kept coming over by the JQ pits looking for Joseph, too.
Oh, yeah. That's because him and Joseph can go wreak havoc.
Yeah.
The first day we were there, he was riding around in a golf cart, and I was like, he's standing on the back of it, and there's like two other kids that are probably 10 or 12 years old driving. I told Ashley, I'm like, he's gonna come back to the pits crying. He's like, why? I was like, he's gonna fall off the back, guaranteed. Well, he came like 2 hours later. He comes back to the pits crying. He's like, I hurt my leg. I'm like, what were you doing? He's like, oh, we were doing donuts on the golf cart, and I fell off the back. I'm like, oh.
But you know what? That's how I raised my son too, man. You're gonna get banged up and learn. You know, I'm not gonna baby you. Like my mom didn't baby me. Like when I fell, she was like, "Oh yeah, that hurt. Get back up and do it again." You know. Yeah. So yeah, he's.
When Mason was first learning how to walk, he would walk across the ground and he would fall, and you'd have to like almost hold my mom down when we were at their house. Like she'd be running over to try and pick him up. I'm like, nope, he's good. Sounds
like my wife's family with my son and my daughter. My daughter, I think there's gonna be rougher than my son. She's something else. What do you want him to race? Does he race RC cars?
Yeah, he races all RC cars also.
Yeah. What do you want him to do? Would you rather have him race RC cars or race motocross?
I don't know. He really likes racing dirt bike or riding dirt bikes also. He did his first race at Glen Helen a couple months back, and he was so excited about it. He really gets excited about any form of racing. So,
but what would you prefer him to race? If it came down, it's like, I want to race dirt bikes. That would mean that your RCs would stop. You know that, right?
Yeah. I would have to say probably RC just because the bodily injury isn't. Yeah. Well, and the bodily injury thing isn't there. Like I had a bunch of injuries growing up, and I had a bunch of concussions, and that was kind of what stopped my racing overall. Was I had a pretty bad crash out racing a National Hare and Hound for desert stuff, and some guy found me like 10 miles past the halfway mark. He just found me face down out in the desert.
No way. You're lucky.
It was like, yeah, I'm lucky I didn't get back on the bike because I lost like 3 days worth of memory.
No way. That's insane.
Ashley was like 8 or 9 months pregnant.
Yeah, that's when you start thinking, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, especially because I had a family.
Yeah,
I was going to have a child and stuff. So
we have a kid. His name Jason Stubbs. He's on our team. Well, he's leaving at the end of the year, but he's like 14. And his dad, they used to race amateur, really like hardcore, like Loretta Lynn's and all that type of stuff. And he was telling me like the amount of they had to stop racing because like he said, I don't want to get hurt no more. And the amount of burns that he's like, I broke both hands at the same time, broke this leg, done this. I'm like, man, you're going to be in so much pain when you get older. It's like, yeah, that's why we stopped, had concussions, all that type of stuff. Motocross is so hard, man. Hard on the body, man.
It's very hard on the body.
That's why my fat ass just watches it on TV. No getting. I've ridden bikes, but not jumping on that stuff. I love bikes and all that stuff, but not like that. But yeah, RC would be good for him. Hopefully, by the time he gets into RC, our industry might be in a better position, and we actually have real professionalism and stuff like that. Which leads me into my next question. What do you think about our industry now? What would you like to see some things change? What would you like to see change?
You really just need to, I think, get out into the general public. I think getting into a supercross or a motocross environment and getting a track at a race and getting some new people into the sport would be really good for it.
Well, how would you like to
people
do that?
That already have a racing.
Yeah, how would you like to do that? Would you like to, because people would say, oh, well, Traxxas does that. No, I think we need to have a race. Not a big race, just I would say, get the best, kind of like what RCGP is doing. Get 12 guys, 12 good guys, that a simple track, a big jump for the crowd to go crazy on,
So there's Brent Aston and Brian Sullivan do a race out here at the Adelanto Grand Prix. It's coming up here in January, the 18th, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
They do a track at the motocross event that is right off Bender Row. So they have just huge jumps, and it's more of a sandy track, so it gets super blown out, and the cars are all over the place, and they have a bunch of people that come and watch. Yeah. I think doing that and then having the manufacturers there, we went out to Johnson Valley to a off-road race, and they have booths set up where they have rock crawlers and all this stuff to kind of show people little rentals that people are able to drive, and people literally just buy them all day just to get people into the industry, to show them what there is and that it's not just this other toy car that you find at Walmart, and show them all the tuning options and everything that goes along with what we do.
Mm-hmm. I agree. We got to shop. I hate when people call our cars toys. We don't race toys.
Yeah.
It's called scale motorsports, man. Toys are what you buy at Walmart. So,
yeah.
I know that Adelanto, I've seen Joseph been there a few times. It's a night, and the track is very supercross style, just lots of jumps, 180s, people flying, and the motocross track right next to it. I think it's very cool. Very, very cool. What would you...
They had a triple on the back straightaway last year that you would hit as fast as your car would go.
Really?
The jump was probably 10 feet tall, but it started to get windy at the end of the day. So your car would start to spin around because you're in the air for so long.
Yeah. That's crazy.
It was cool.
I'm sure, man. You guys are so fortunate there in California, man. I every time I go there, I'm just man, I had to live anywhere in America, it would be here, right here in California. I love it there.
We have a ton of tracks too.
Mm-hmm.
We have SoCal Nitro or the SoCal Raceway up in Victorville. We have Thunder Alley, Palm Desert, Wild West, Revelation, Santa Barbara, Hot Rod, Pegasus. There's just a ton of tracks out here.
Yep. And you have people that go and support these tracks all the time, and they race them. It's a really great scene over there, as I've gotten to go there more and just see. And even I just went to OCRC and just hung out one day, and I was like, man, I could just come here and work from here and watch people do RC stuff. It's definitely unique. I call it the Mecca of RC. I think everybody should make a pilgrimage to California, do a race, go see all the different RC sites, and you'll see why some of the fastest people in RC come from this area. Well, so all good stuff, man. All good. So 2020 is coming up. What's the plans for factory tracks? You're racing. Are you going to do any more East Coast races? I see, RCGP has some European rounds. Do you think you can go to something like that? What's your plans coming up here in 2020?
Yeah, I would like to see if we can get Losi on board with doing the RCGP and get
That
a
would
team
be great.
together. That would be awesome.
That would be awesome.
Um,
Who would be your TLR team?
I would like to go.
Yeah.
And then Dakota, Tanner Denny,
Mm-hmm.
I think would be a good team.
Yeah.
Because you only get 2 guys, right?
Yeah, for RCGP. Man, you know what? Dakota cost me so much money this year. I think he's so fast. So fast.
He's incredibly fast.
But he just has the shittiest luck in 8-scale racing ever.
Yeah.
It's like, when is this
I
guy's
felt
luck?
really bad for him at Silver State.
Oh, man. I was convinced. Well, after he broke the shock tower, I picked Boots, but where was it? DNC? I thought he was going to win. I said, Joseph, he's going to win. I just watched him run. It's like, man, this guy is so fast. Like, so I really
He bumped up from the B, too.
Yeah. And then
he came all the way back to second.
I bet on him at the Nationals, lost money there. I just think he's just in 10 scale, he's very hard to beat. 8 scale,
Yeah.
if he could translate what he is in qualifying and all that stuff, he's so badass, he's fast, but when it comes to these mains, this guy should have had multiple national championships in 8 scale. I don't know. Should be good. But it would be good to see TLR come on board as well. Need to push them. Let's go. Let's go.
I plan on doing SIC in January.
Okay. It's going to be cold there.
Then DNC, Silver State. Definitely, I already took my time off of work for PNB. We really enjoyed that race last year. That race was super cool.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to do all of Dave's events. So Psycho Nitro, Southern Nat, or is Southern Nat's his?
They have SIC,
Wicked Weekend.
Wicked Weekend, AMS, and PNB. Southern Nats is not affiliated with Race Time, I don't believe.
Oh, gotcha.
But I don't know. The rumor is that maybe it might be. I don't know what's going on. So, but Southern Nats is great, man. I'll tell you what, man. The guy that builds that track, he's good too. And he only builds that one track every year.
Yeah, he's definitely got some skill. That track looks super fun every year. So.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you're definitely one of the top track builders in America now as well. Don't sell yourself short. I think you're going to get a lot of work next year. So.
That would be cool. I mean, I would love to go. I love to travel, and my family loves to travel. So if I could make a vacation out of going and building a track somewhere, I would love to do that. It'd be cool.
How about what are you going to do to improve? What are you going to do to improve your program going into 2020?
I'm just going to keep my program the same.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's been one of my flaws is I've been kind of jumping around from manufacturers. So I found a home at TLR and went back. That was where I started, was with TLR cars. So just try and keep everything the same and learn the car and just keep testing different stuff and get it so my car is good. I have a bunch of good guys on our team that are extremely helpful and want to make the car. They just keep trying to make it better and better. So
yeah, they're working hard. I mean, I had Zeke on here, I think a few episodes ago, and your name came up because once again, talking about how you've improved as well this year a lot. How do you approach practice and all that stuff? Will you change anything like that? I know you race a lot. Do you even practice, or you just race a lot?
I've been trying to practice more doing carpet stuff just to work on consistency. That's if I can go and just do pack after pack and try and get the same lap times going. And just using natural speed instead of trying to drive over my head, which kind of forces me into a mistake here and there.
Mm-hmm.
And to just try and calm my driving down. Like when I got into nitro racing, I saw Elliot Boots and Ryan Mayfield, and that was the guys that I looked up to, that I liked their driving style. Just like when I was riding dirt bikes, I wanted to ride like Kevin Windham or Mike LaRocco. Which on dirt bikes it's different because it was more of just smooth and in control, where RC cars you're not in it, so you don't have to really worry about bodily injury, so you can be a little more on the edge, and it's a little more fun for people to watch. Like I have people come up to me all the time and say that they really enjoy watching me drive because they don't know what's going to happen next.
Yeah.
Which is good and bad, but.
Yeah, but you're 29 now. You've gotten a lot better. I mean, I see you just getting better next year. And if you keep doing what you've done this year, because you made really great increasements this year in your racing, like noticeable. I think if you keep along the same path. Sorry, go ahead.
It's mostly just the people that I have behind me helping me, really. I mean, Kevin Gahan and Ryan Dunford have been huge in my program, making it so the car is better and fits my driving style. Like when we go to the track, I'll stay on the stand and they'll change something on the car and make it better. So then when I come down, I can be like, okay, this is what we did and change this. So that way it's not like you're changing it on your car and then you're thinking the whole time like, okay, I just moved my camber link up. Is the rear end of my car looser now? Is it the camber link? Is it my tires? Like, they can change something and it's unknown to you, so you're not thinking about it. You can literally just feel what it is on the car.
Yeah. Give an honest, like, I felt the car do this. You know?
Yeah.
They don't tell you what to expect.
Exactly. So you're like, oh, I moved my rear camber link down. Does it feel like the car is more locked in the rear?
Gotcha.
Oh, well. No, they changed this, and okay, now it feels more locked in the rear. Okay, that's what it did.
Yeah, I get that. That's like us.
And just understanding setup is huge.
Yeah,
Before I knew nothing.
I'm still learning all that stuff. I kind of don't even really pay attention to setup much anymore because I don't race anymore. But I do understand a few things, and I think that's what a lot of people need to, like Joseph says it a lot, like make small changes, try it out, and go from there. If you make a whole bunch of changes, you don't know what worked. I think that's a big mistake people make as well. Or when you tell somebody what you expect the change to make, then they, like it's a placebo. Okay, it done this. I know it done that. No, I want to know what it really done. So I'm not going to tell you what I think it's, I'm not going to tell you what I think it's supposed to do. I want you to tell me what it done. It's another big thing.
Well, I've spent a ton of days at the track. I'll take my rear camber link and I'll move it all the way down. Okay, and then I'll go all the way up. Okay, so this is what that does. This is what that does. Now I want to be closer to top or closer to bottom. And then just changing diff fluids and everything. Just go the complete high right on it. So that way you know exactly what that does. Like instead of going 0.5 up, you can go 1 up, then go all the way 1 down. In pill positions or whatever, and just so you feel what the car does. So when you do come to, I need more steering or I need it to be better here or there, you know what to do. Where before it was like I just took the same car to the track every weekend and just tried to manage and make it work. Where you can make it so the car actually works for you and fits your driving style on that particular surface with whatever other things are going on.
Do you make notes?
I'll do like I'll do an entire setup sheet with notes on it, but I'm not like some of these guys carry like a book, which I think is a good idea. So like say for Silver State, you have that exact setup and you can put notes in there, which I should probably be better at, but I don't have like a particular notebook, no.
Do you how many gallons do you think you burned this year?
I normally do like 4 gallons a month probably, so.
Yeah, so 4 times.
3 or 4 gallons a month, so.
That's a lot of fuel. It's a lot of fuel. That's what, but you know what, man? If you want to get better, I tell people all the time, you want to get better? The only thing you got to burn, don't worry about having shirts with your name on them or having matching pit stuff and all that type of stuff. You buy tires and you buy fuel, and that's how you get better as well. So good stuff, man. It's definitely showing that you are putting in the work. I'm happy for you. I look forward to coming out to Cali, see how you do at DNC next year and whatnot. And I don't know, man, I'm going to push. Now I get to tease Joseph about you beating him all the time. So maybe that pushes him as well. So we'll see.
Yeah, he came out to Palm Desert on Saturday and we were talking about some setup stuff, so
yeah,
it's cool.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of knowledge.
He does. He most definitely does. Can't deny that. All right, so we have a part of this podcast. We have 10 questions that you have to answer, like right off the bat. I don't send people these questions because, I want them to be like a surprise. And some of them are RC related, some of them aren't. So, are you ready for this part of the podcast, the 10 question, 10 second segment?
Send it.
All right. So, number one, who's your favorite Supercross rider?
Justin Barsha.
Justin Barsha. Bam, bam. Number two, a person that you look up to in RC, or the person that you look up to in RC.
Probably Mayfield.
Okay. Number three, if somebody punched JQ in his mouth, would you jump in and help him out so he wouldn't get completely beat up?
No, because he probably deserved it.
That's all my answer to. I wouldn't let him get too beat up, though. Like, I wouldn't let the person beat him up badly.
Yeah, I'd give him a couple minutes and then maybe pull him off.
Yeah, he's such an idiot. He'll probably like it. Did you see how hard he punched me? Oh, my lips all fat now.
Did anybody get that on video?
Yeah. Oh, I hope it don't. Yeah, that's what he did first. That's what he would ask first.
Yep.
That would make a great video. All right, number four. You've been to a lot of tracks. You've built a lot of tracks. What is your favorite track so far?
Silver State.
The inside the building, Silver State?
Yep.
Really? Okay.
Yep, that is my favorite race that we've been to so far, just because of the environment. Everybody is stuffed in one area, so the pit area is super fun. You're literally within walking distance of the pool, so the whole time I'm there, I'm in board shorts, and then in between qualifiers, you can go out there.
You kind of need it after all that dust. That's the only gripe I have of that race is the dust and air quality. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, just the environment, really. And you don't have to go anywhere. We don't touch our vehicle the entire weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is in that hotel. So you get done, you go up to your hotel, you get freshened up, and you can go out and eat somewhere there.
Yep.
Everybody stays in that hotel, too. So
we stayed next
everybody
door.
Can... See, that takes away from it. You got to stay in that hotel.
Hey.
Like Joey has his room that everybody goes up and parties in, and
I'm sure
just the whole environment there is super fun. Like after the race or after qualifying last year, we all went up to the bowling alley and got pizza and beer and sat there and bowled. But everybody was up there. Everywhere you walk around the hotel, you run into other people.
Mm-hmm. I did notice that when we would walk through to go to the track, it was just, you would just bump into RC people. Some were gambling, some were drinking. So on their way to the track.
That's our favorite race so far. P&B is a very close second, though.
Okay. Well, my number 5 question is, give me what is one bucket list race you wish to attend anywhere in the world?
It used to be called something else. It's at the college. It's in the UK.
Oh, you mean the Neo race? It's called the DXR Dirt Kings.
Yeah.
Okay. That's actually
I wanted to go to Neo.
Really great race. I wanted to go to Neo badly too. So badly. Okay.
I would like to go to a race in Italy also.
Yeah. Which track? Which track would you like to go to in Italy, you think?
Is that Padova?
Yeah, the indoor track.
Yeah, that track looks pretty cool. It looks really deep, but the layout looks like it's pretty cool every year.
Yeah. I have a lot of people, they have a love-hate relationship with that. They say, man, you have to use sauce, a lot of sauce, and it's really closed up in there, so it makes people sick, I guess. But yeah. All right. So
Adam was telling me they were like they're putting their tires in the oven and a bunch of crazy stuff at that race 2 years ago.
Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah,
I'm not
into that. But.
Can't be good for you to do all that type of stuff and breathe all over the end. So you use bobcats and machines like that to build your track. What is your favorite? I guess my word. What is your favorite machine to use? Like company wise, because I know each machine is a bit different.
So there's some people can build with hand controls or foot controls, but when I was learning how to run a bobcat when I was younger, I could run both. So I would have to say probably foot controls, just a regular bobcat is probably what I like to use the best. But really whatever's cheapest, because just to make it affordable for the tracks.
Is there a difference, like you see them with tracks and you see them with actual wheels? Which one do you prefer to use?
Well, at the RCGP, I learned that you can use the wheels to roll it a lot better than tracks.
Mm-hmm.
I've had to do it with tracks before, and it really doesn't work as well. So the jumps stay together a lot better with a wheeled vehicle for sure.
Okay. Well, that's rubber, like, yeah. Like we used to, that makes sense. Okay, number 7. Who's Mason's favorite rider?
Eli Tomac.
Okay. Number 8, living in the desert is?
Fun.
Number 9, what is your favorite Supercross race that you look forward to every year?
We normally go to Monster Cup.
Okay.
Because that's when everybody's got all their new rides. So.
All right. Now, number 10, in your opinion, who's the best motocross, Supercross rider ever?
Probably McGrath.
I would agree with you there because I was a big McGrath fan. Did you ever get to see him ride?
Yeah, I actually we raced against him at the Del Moto Derby on 2 strokes
Oh, yeah?
a couple years ago.
I remember I went to
I battled with him like the whole race.
No way. Cool. I went to Seattle motocross when I was like about 17. And I was like walking through the pits and I saw him and I was like, froze. I was like, that's Jeremy McGrath. And yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool. Well, thank you, man, for participating in the 10-question, 10-second segment. Thank you for your time, for coming on the podcast. I appreciate that. Thank you for helping keep JQ in line and keeping him entertained while he's in California. And would you like to say thank you to anybody or shout out to anybody before we end this podcast?
Just thank you to all the Losi guys for all the support this year. My wife for always being there for all the crazy adventures that we do. And thank you for having me on the podcast. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man, I appreciate your time, and I'm glad you finally came on. And I'm going to ask you one more favor, Barry Baker. I'm trying to get a hold of him. Can't get a hold of him.
He's hard to get a hold of.
He hasn't accepted my friend request on Facebook, and
I'll message him for you.
Yeah, he said he was going to come on the podcast. I think it would be great to have him on here. He has some good stories. But yeah, have fun. Have a good Christmas. Tell Ashley and Mason I said what's up. Mason probably don't remember me, and yeah, help keep JQ in line over there for me, please. Keep him entertained, and don't let him get on any more bikes because I don't need him getting hurt. I know that sounds. I honestly don't need him to get hurt. So.
Yeah, we gotta make sure all his keyboard fingers are still good.
Oh, well, then there would be a good thing if he couldn't use his fingers anymore. But he couldn't race if he did that too. So, I don't know. All right, man. Well, thank you for your time, and I will talk to you later.
Sounds good, Keenan. Thank you for having me.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You are entering the Tekno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight. The part of the podcast that gives the listeners a platform to talk about RC. Brought to you by Tekno RC. Tekno RC. Tekno RC is a premium manufacturer specializing in 8th and 10th scale high-performance off-road RC buggies and trucks. Visit www.teknorc.com for a complete catalog of their products.
Welcome to the Tekno RC Grassroots Racer Spotlight. This is the part of the podcast dedicated to you, the grassroots racer, the guys out there working Monday to Friday or Monday to Saturday, going to races, sharing a hotel with 4 different guys to make it cheaper. You guys, the guys that make it happen, the guys, the backbone of this industry, of this hobby/sport. This is your segment dedicated to you to talk about whatever you want. So joining me this episode is a guy I haven't met him yet, but I've seen him on Facebook. He's passionate about RC. He likes the whole "Nitro is the glory" slogan, so I like him even more just because of that. And he's been racing a lot. So I want to introduce you guys to Shawn Alcorn. That's how you say your last name?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
What's up, Shawn? How are you? They tell me to call you Tiny.
Good evening. Well, I don't know what time it is there, but it's like nighttime here. But yeah, thank you for having me. Nickname's Tiny, but yeah, thanks again.
Yeah, you race a lot,
show.
dude.
The past 8 months, I really decided to travel. And I pretty much, I think in the past 8 months, maybe 1 week in a month, I stay home. Which, when I say home, that means I stay in state because we only do have one track here. So, and that's limited racing at that track. So I travel between Texas, New Mexico, and California.
Okay. Yeah, you went to the U.S. Open too, down to SCRC with the Showers family. Nice people, nice track.
Oh, that track. Yeah, the showers are great. The track is phenomenal. The dirt is just great. That was probably until just this past weekend. I said 8 months ago, I was nowhere near the driver I am now. But the Open, after qualifying, I could have left the Open right then and was happy as a clam with where I was sitting.
Yeah.
I qualified straight into semis, and I've never done that before. And that was a great weekend. I actually got to meet and actually pit with Tebow. Jerry Tebow was the first time I got to meet him, and since then I was phenomenal with him because the man was helping me the whole time, was watching my car. I had just recently picked up the 2.0 Tekno, and just recently switched over to the OS motor, and I got one from Adam, and he was there I think I met him within the first hour or so. And ever since, all 3 days we were there, he was watching me qualifying, watching me practice, talking about my setup and what he thought would work and what he was doing. And I was really shocked to know that, I've met, obviously I live in Arizona, so we have a lot of pros here, and I've met a lot of pros over the years, but not one that really sat down and walk over to my pit and grab a chair and just sit and talk without me approaching them first. And he really, even like I said, this weekend at Buggyland, him and the owners of Tekno, I think Matt Wolf is his name.
Matt Walter is the team manager, and then
the team manager, and then the owner.
Danny.
Both approached me this weekend and were like, how do you like the car? Matt, I met Matt before at, I think at JBRL when I first got my Tekno. The first weekend I got it, I built it the night before a JBRL race, and we drove to California. They both, all three of them this weekend were at Buggyland, were great help, offering anything I could. They, even after my race, came up and congratulated me for, for TQing and taking second, and they watched my entire race and were like, that was an awesome race to watch. So yeah, at the Open, it was really neat to meet Tebow, and he was great help. And I said that was just a great weekend, and to qualify straight in the semis. I'm not a sponsored driver. I'm not.
That doesn't matter.
I'm not a pro. I'm a sportsman. Above average sportsman driver, I guess. A lot of people say I need to move up. But to qualify straight in the semis with people like Chuck Hicks and all the pros and the Mayfields and
was you shaking on the was you shaking on the driver's stand?
Oh. Well, when the first qualifier, the first qual we had, when I realized I came down the stand and looked, and Tim Lime came up to me and it was like, did you just look at your times? I was like, no. And I looked, and I'm like, I'm looking at the people it was Tebow, Chuck Hicks was there, and Tessman was in my qualifier, and I'm on the same lap. I was just like, really? I was like, what the hell? That must have been a fluke or something. And we went through the second and third qualifier, and I was still right there. And I was just like, when they posted the semis, I was just I was like, wow. I was when we went there, I was thinking we were in the standard format. I'm thinking, E main, D main. And I found out we were doing the FMAR, and I figured, okay, I'll be in the quad somewhere, lower quad somewhere. And no, I went straight into the semis, the top 20. And this is like my probably 5th or 6th U.S. Open, because of course it used to be here at Fear Farm. And so I've done many times, but never like this. I mean, so I walked away from the U.S. Open with
a big smile on your face.
With a big, huge smile on
yeah,
my
because
face.
I kind of saw your post on Facebook, and I was like, check him. And I was just like, man, I can tell, like, this guy's having a blast. And it was pretty cool. And as well as this past weekend at Buggyland, I saw your post, and I was like, check him. He's doing well. I noticed little things like that.
Buggyland was, I was contemplating on what class to run when I showed up for Buggyland, because the level of I've come to find out is, especially sportsmen in California, is a very, I guess, stacked class.
It is, and open even more.
There's a lot of guys that if I run sportsmen out here at our local at the Nitro compound, most of those guys are going to complain at me. Right. You don't need to be here. You need to be up. But we don't have enough people here to have that kind of separation. So we only run an open class. But when I go to the bigger events, if I go to California, like I might this weekend to they're having a local club race at Wild West, I'll run their intermediate. They're going to have an intermediate expert class. I'll run that. Okay. But when I go to the big DNCs,
the
Silver States, I run sportsmen.
Of course. That makes sense.
So when we went to Buggyland, I was on the impression of, man, just make the A main. Just make the A main, and I can walk away here happy as can be. And next thing you know, I TQ'd it. And I was just like, and I know, a good group of these guys from California, because I go there quite a bit. And I know they're fast as can be. Right. And I'm just like, I was even talking to him going, wow, I TQ'd in the A main at Buggyland. And we had, I think, 30-something entries, I think, in sportsman class. I know a few of those guys had just recently signed on with some teams, but since they don't go actually into effect until January, right, they can run sportsmen. And, we talked about it with them. I was like, you just signed on, but hey, you can run sportsmen. So why not? It was a shock. Buggyland to me was, wow. When I walked up for that A main, actually the whole day of Sunday, waiting for my A main, I was shaky all day because I knew, hey, look, you're starting TQ in a class that I was just hoping to make the A main.
Well, you did that and you came second. Good for you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. That was another of my. I said this year has been a really good year for me. I've put in the work. I've put in some travel time. Obviously, people are starting to, I said, like the last 8 months, I've been different tracks, different states. I actually switched car brands, and especially when the 2.0 came out, I saw one the first week it came out, and I read up what they did to it, and how they built it, and what they changes, and I really liked it. And so I switched I was running a Serpent for a couple of years before that, and I switched over to it, and I switched from a Fusion motor to the OS Drake motor. And I think between all the traveling and the practicing, this car is phenomenal, and the motor, of course, is just. I'm still like I've gone with Adam on a Sunday and up at Thunder Alley, and he was helping me break it in and tune it all in one day, and I was overshooting everything, and I was like, I'm just not used to this much low end power and this much torque. I'm used to pulling more trigger, and so I think between all of that, I've really stepped up my game a little bit, and we were talking about it after Buggyland on our trip home. It's time to, I want to do DNC as a sportsman, but it really is probably time to actually when I look at my times from what I've been doing at Buggyland and the U.S. Open and some other local races I've done like JBRLs and stuff, my times are B main and the expert intermediate level. So we've been talking about it recently, and I'm like, maybe it's time. I didn't know I was really getting up to that kind of level, but it's really starting to hit me now. That I walk up on the stand and I look around, like our club racing here, which is, I guess we don't have club racing, but we had our first round of point series up at the Nitro compound, I think 3 weeks ago. We had an A and a B main and open buggy, and I made it straight into the A main. And my pit person, my friend Holly Bartlett, when she was down there, we were wearing our headsets, and she's like, look around you, because we were talking about, maybe it's time for me to move up. And I'm looking at us 10 up on the A main, and I've got everybody from Ryan Mayfield, Steve Truhay, Denny, AJ Schumacher, Tom Stober, Bill Mason, Charles Hicks. And I'm just going, they're still beating me like it's going out of style. But I'm up on the stand now with these guys going, wow, maybe I have, kind of moved up a little bit. I'm still having a hard time accepting that I'm not the sportsman driver, but, it's been a good 8 months. This has been a really good, and now I'm on your show.
That's nothing, man.
To you, it's nothing. But like I told you, for the rest of us, we listen to your show. We listen to what the pro, I'm not I don't like turn on live RC and watch the pros at the big events and stuff like that. I don't follow it that hardcore. I have a big, huge passion for this. Otherwise, I wouldn't do what I do. But we listen to your podcast, but I want to hear what they have to say, what they're doing, especially with certain events and stuff.
Yeah. Like I do.
And that's why I mentioned to you. Yeah, exactly. You have it, That's why I mentioned to you. What are other people like? Is there other people like me?
Yes, of course.
That are at that level, that are traveling as much? Do you guys have? Is there like we have JBRL out in the southern, in LA and California. We have Jimmy Babcock Racing League, which is a great thing. It travels to, I think, 7 or 8 different tracks, or 6 or 7 tracks. And it used to come here, but excuse me. But I don't know. Do other people out there have that kind of stuff that
yeah, they do.
Or
they do actually. I always talk about it on the podcast up in the Pacific Northwest, up there in Seattle, right. Idaho, Oregon,
in Washington area.
Yeah, they have this NCT series, and it's really popular. And they race 10 scale and 8 scale outdoor, obviously during the summer. Right. I think their last race they got close to 400 entries, and
oh my god,
yeah, and they have a blast.
I need to travel up there.
You should. I want to go up there myself. Yeah. and they have they party, and they have. I remember one race because we have a couple of drivers up there, and there's another podcast called Track Walk. They're from
I know it.
So I know Colin. I met him at RCGP, and
Colin Branch.
Yes, nice guy. And they had a live band at one of these races and all this type of stuff. Really? And it was just everybody's having a good time, drinking beer, racing. And it's a 3-day event. I think it starts on Friday, seeding practice, then Saturday qualifying, Sunday main. So, and there's in Florida, they have the 4 series, and in the Southeast region, they have this thing. There's a couple of series going on as well. So there's people out there. The problem is, I don't know if they're having as much fun as you, because you seem to be having a blast. I think a lot of people take this too serious, and they have to realize that this isn't going to be their job. So
right.
They need to.
Yeah, we're not getting paid 6 figures a year I might spend 6 figures a year, but it's. I see now, and this is what I tell the guys in California. Is how lucky they have it, because there's 3 or 4 tracks all within the Southern California area.
Very good
And
tracks.
so, and very good tracks, exactly. And so there's always something going on, especially, like here, we have nothing during the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
It's way too hot for most of these guys. They don't want to sit outside at 110 degrees, which I kind of understand, but I love the heat. So I'm like, really? And on the other hand, we have a world-class indoor 10-scale track. So some of them go into there for the summertime. But like I said earlier, I hate to use the word, but 8-scale really has kind of died out in Arizona. I mean, 4 or 5 years ago, Fear Farm, we would have 80 entries, even during the summer. And the place was packed, and it was a good time. Now, thank God, we have Tony Schumacher.
His track's so badass.
Compound.
Oh.
The track, it's great. Westergaard came out and built us a beautiful track. When Tony got ready to announce that, hey, we're going to build it, we're going to start a point series, you get these guys going, well, are you going to put a new layout in? Well, you guys, it takes money to put a layout in, and nobody's coming to race. So where's the money come from?
Yeah.
So luckily, Tony, he shells out the money. I try to help that man any way I can. I came out and rolled it, and me and a handful of people came out and piped the track. And we had our first point series 3 weeks ago.
Awesome.
I think we had 36 entries.
That's cool.
And we're talking
doesn't matter
80 degrees outside.
Doesn't matter as long as you guys are racing.
But we're racing. So as far as when we say club racing, it doesn't happen here. We have to have a points race, and that's when people will come out. And I hate this. It's kind of sad because this place used to be really big and really, I mean, it used to be every weekend, and now it's, once or twice a month whenever Tony, I think right now we're having a points race twice a month. I think until we're going to have a warm-up race for DNC, like I think beginning of February. And then I think Tony's going to change the track again after that and for another mini-series before we go into summertime, because then nobody will race again for the summer.
Yeah.
But that's what started the whole thing for me was we're coming in summer. I don't want to stop. So
Cali's nice in the summer, dude.
Weekend. I love it.
Yeah.
But like I said, a lot of these guys, a lot of us work in the heat, and, we don't really want to, a lot of these guys don't want to spend, their time having fun or in the heat.
I get that. It's hot there in the summer. Even here, it's hot. I don't race. Like, even when we raced, I was like, man, it's 100 degrees out here. I don't want to be out here in this. So I get it. So go ahead. Sorry.
I'm a diehard. I mean, I will show up even if we move the racing tonight, when it gets hot, so it's a little bit cooler, but I'll still show up in the middle of the afternoon, sweeping the track, getting all the rocks off it. I like the heat. So, but again, I think the term lately been for me was hardcore. Tiny, Tom Stober, AJ Schumacher, and them have all been Tiny's hardcore. I love doing it. In the last 8 months, I've met so many great people and had so much fun at all these different tracks. And even I went just recently to a little backyard track in California, Cody Thompson's, CTRC.
I met Cody.
I pulled up at 5 o'clock. Yeah, I pulled up at 5 o'clock in the morning, and I even had people during the week. I was asking, some really good people in California. Revelations was having their monthly Nitro Club race, or go to Cody's track. And I always heard, Cody's track is just a fun, good time, but it's a small 10-scale track, but it's a fun, good time. Well, I've never been there before, so let's go. Yeah, it's 7 feet wide. It's in the backyard, kind of. It's a really small track. It really is a 10-scale track. But there's 140 entries. The place was, now most of them are 10-scale, but the place was packed. The people were so much fun. I was handing out my little bands. Everybody wanted my bands. And it was a great weekend. It was a weekend that I looked at it as I got away from the serious raciness of being at, Thunder Alley for a point series or Revelations for, it was for his birthday.
Yeah.
His 30 birthday. And like I said, it was like, there's 140 entries and it was, the dirt's really nice. A lot of traction. It's kind of got some kind of clay into it, I think. But it was a fun, no pressure, hey, we're in the backyard playing with RC cars like we did back in the 80s kind of atmosphere.
That's what it's all about, though, at the end of the day.
Exactly.
I think people forget to have fun. I really do. They're too busy being serious and trying to impress other people that they forget that why we started this was to have fun.
I've been the same. I think we've all gotten in that kind of mode at one time or another. There's been times where I've been like, I've walked off the stand yelling or just because, I feel that way here, especially our 10 scale program here is huge. I don't know the numbers, but I know on Saturday they're up in the 120s, I think, or something like that over at Hobby Action. But as much as they say they're having fun, and they are having fun, there's a real seriousness about it at a certain level inside there. It's fun, but something about Arizona is just, I think there's so many fast people, and that eventually you get to the point where you want to be like that, or you want to be up there with them. And it starts getting a little too serious. And I've been just as guilty as everybody else. And like I said, this year I've realized that the less I've taken it and the more I'm having fun, I've actually gotten better with my driving skills, and I'm actually having more fun, and it's not so serious.
Yeah.
I mean,
and aren't you having a lot more, and you just have a lot more fun. That's why you asked me if I race. Well, I told you why I don't race anymore. It's because I love it. I miss it. Trust me. Hopefully I'll race once next year. I'd raced once or twice last year. Last year. I haven't raced at all this year. I raced a little bit this year at a 10 scale race. But I want to make sure, like when I go to race, I want to make sure all my guys, they're having fun. And I want to have fun with them. So if I'm racing, I'm going to be too focused on that to do both. And then I'm just going to get burnt out. Because for me, it's fun watching the guys who drive our products do well and them having a good time. So that's where I got my enjoyment from. Yes, I'd love to drive, but I just feel I see too many. I always say this, too many racers at these races, and they don't look like they're having fun, man. And that's what we're here for, like to have fun. And then I see some guys that just love it, and I'm like, yeah, those are the type of guys I want to hang around. Those guys are having fun. So I get it, man.
Yeah, it's I think you just get too. I mean, obviously Nitro is very expensive. I mean, compared to like 10 scale. And I think everybody just gets wrapped. I say, well, I'm just as guilty.
Yeah.
We get wrapped up into it so much that, you get guys like they spend all this money and they expect either they expect better from themselves or they just expect better, period. And they're not living up to it, or I don't know. I mean, like I saw that video just recently where it's that guy walked up and punched somebody on the driver's stand.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's crazy,
really?
Isn't it?
But then, like I said, we talked earlier, it's not the first time I've seen it.
No.
It happened just recently. Well, not recently, about a year or so ago at a local track, not a local, but up in Kingman, Arizona. We went up there for a race. It's a little backyard track. Well, not a backyard track, but it's a small little track in a little town called Kingman, Arizona, in northern Arizona. I actually put on a nitro race called Tiny's Twisted Nitro Challenge, maybe 2-3 years ago, I believe. Right after Las Vegas RC closed down. They had no place to go, so I put on a little race up there. I think I got like 70 entries. It was cold, snowed the night before, but we were up there they had a little special race, and we were getting warmed up for our buggy race, And the owner was like 2 or 3 guys down from me on the stand. And during the warm-up, he didn't like the way the marshal grabbed his truck and threw it on the ground. The owner ran down the track, down the stand, out in the track, and this guy's like 7 years old, the marshal, and flat out punched him in the face.
Really?
And I was just like, I dropped my remote, ran down the stand, and went after the owner.
Yeah.
And grabbed a hold of him going, hey, wait a minute, man. And ever since that point, the track started losing attendance, and I think within about a month or month and a half, maybe more, I'm not sure, they had to close their doors. But on the same instance, and I hate to bring it up, but it kind of happened at Buggyland this weekend too.
Oh, yeah?
Two guys in sportsman class. One is not even a racer. His kid races.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess the kid and the other older gentleman got into a little entanglement during, I don't know if it was a qual or a main or something. I think it was a qualifier. No, it was a main. It was main day. It was Sunday. And the dad didn't like it. And he kind of mentioned it to him, and they kind of went back and forth. And the old guy the man started walking away to go marshal something, and he's like, you know what? Kiss my ass, I think is what he said to the guy. Excuse my language, but.
No worries.
Well, the dad got upset. And we were pitting right by him kind of, and he took off after him. Now, I didn't get to see what happened. From my understanding, though, he confronted him over by the driver's stand and took a swing at him.
Jesus. You got to stop this,
And
man.
it was like, yeah, eventually we got them back to their pits. There was some, Jose Alvarado and a couple other guys came walking over. We eventually got them to talk and shake hands and work it out. But you guys, and like I told him, the dad went after him and all this drama's happening, and the only person that's getting affected
It's his son.
was the kid.
Yeah.
The kid was over there at the pit table crying. And I'm just like, you guys, look at what the kid's seen.
I agree with you, man. Especially after what just happened,
I get it that, we are at a big race and we spend a lot of money, but we're here to have fun, especially at a sportsman level. Really, I understand if you were a pro and you got taken out like back years ago when Ryan threw his remote down and everybody thought that was a big ordeal. Well, for Ryan, it is.
Yeah, lost a lot of money.
This is how he makes his living.
Yeah.
Exactly. But for the rest of us, I get it coming off the stand, yelling at your buddy or something who punted you in the corner or your buddy, marshaled you wrong or pitted you wrong and you stupid SOB, or whatever like that. But to physically get down over a toy car is kind of, yeah. I've had words with people and I've yelled at people, but I've never wanted to go and hit somebody. And we're here for fun, and I get it, but
yeah, people get passionate, man. I'm just glad that cooler heads prevailed, and yeah, we just can't do that. I'm not no saint. I get pissed off too. I don't really get pissed off at RC cars too much anymore, but yeah, we have to, especially in front of children and but passions, yeah, it's hard. It gets heated, and I'm glad that was kind of stuffed out before anything.
Yeah, they worked it out. Jose Alvarado was a big help. He came running over and really was talking to him quite a bit. I said we were all pitting in the same kind of general area, so I was kind of like first hand to all this. But it was a good weekend. They actually talked it out. They know each other fairly well. They raced a lot with each other because they both live out in Southern California. Mm-hmm. But they actually hashed it out towards the end of the day, and everything was good to go. But yeah, I said we all, some of us are really passionate. Some are, but we all do get caught up in the heat of the moment. Mm-hmm. And, unfortunately, sometimes it does get, ugly.
So you got this new slogan. I like it. Braap. And with Nitro is the glory. I like that.
The whole Braap thing, I don't know where I picked it up from. I think I picked it up actually from Monty Houston. Mm-hmm. years ago. I ran Fusion Motors for a long time through Monty. I think I picked it up from him and a couple of the dirt bike guys. I've always been saying it, Braap on. Lately, it's been because of the traveling. I've been hashtag Braap Life.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
When I heard your first episode in the opening, how electric pays the bills, but nitro is the glory, I just thought that was just because every pro I've ever asked, I've always asked them, if you had your choice and woke up in the morning, would you race your electric car or would you race your nitro car? And almost all of them were like, I'd rather race my nitro car. So when I heard nitro is the glory, I was just like, that is beautiful. And I happened one day to go, you know what? I found this deal and I made a couple hundred of these wristbands, or I use them for tank pulls. I use them for my gluing tires. Mm-hmm. And I put on one side Braap and the other side nitro is the glory. And I went to a couple tracks recently and people are like, I want one. I've had people, messaging me going, how much are they? I'm like, nothing. Send me your address. I'll send them to you. I've been walking around at tracks, and if they run nitro cars, I just throw one on their pits. Even if they're not around, I'll just throw it on their pit table. Mm-hmm. So That's of you cool. have walked up to your pit table lately and went, where'd this come from? Well, now you know. And so I'm down to I think I had 250 of them. Mm-hmm. I think I have 10 left.
Wow. That's cool.
Yeah, it's only been a few weeks, so mm-hmm. I'll probably get a few more.
That's awesome, man. I like your attitude.
For Toys for Tots.
I like your attitude. I can't wait to meet you in person. I should be at DNC, so I'll be there. And on a note,
you be at DNC?
I should be. And if you feel like you should run Sportsman at DNC, run it. Because even at DNC, Sportsman is stacked. It's even stacked. More stacked. So
I know.
I love your attitude though. I love it.
Thank you. I like the big races. DNC I like because it draws so many people from other states. And so when I show up, I get to see where I am compared to, my goal next year is to hopefully I want to hit Psycho Nitro Blast. I want to hit the Southern Indoor Nats. I want to do some things back east, a couple major things. But DNC has always been, especially when we used to have it here. Mm-hmm. I know I was never, I think the best I've ever finished at DNC, I think was 19th. But it's always been kind of a measuring stick on where I am compared to other people in sportsman class around the country. Because, you get a lot of people from everywhere at all different levels show up for DNC,
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So I like DNC just for that simple reason of, hey, man, there's going to be 60 to 80 other guys in sportsman class from different parts of this country, or maybe even the world, and let's find out where we sit compared to them.
Yep, I agree, man.
So that's why
my buddies from Bermuda. DNC. My buddies from Bermuda, they come. They run sportsmen. Well, not a couple of my buddies, and they love it. That's they only go to 2 big races a year, and I said, why not? Why run sportsmen and have fun? And that's what you are. So
5 days of toy car racing. What can possibly not be fun about that?
Well, not as long as it doesn't get too cold. Because I remember my first year at my first DNC in 2018 at Fur Farm. I did not know it could get so cold at night in the desert. Oh wow!
Yeah, it's that way right now. Yeah, it's. I think Tony Schumacher, because somebody asked him about going to Buggyland, mm-hmm. and he's like, I go to one cold winter race a year, and that's DNC, because even in California mm-hmm. in February, it's cold, and so back here when it was here, you woke up in the morning and the ground's freezing, and it's it's a little chilly first thing in the morning when DNC was here. So
yep,
but
it was cold last year too.
I liked it. Yeah,
it was cold this year. Sorry,
I didn't get to make it last year. I had some some surgeries. I had hernia surgery, so and stuff. I couldn't make it to DNC. I made it to Silver State, but we're going to be at DNC this year for sure, and Silver State.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to continue. I said the traveling this year was supposed to be just through the summer because we don't have racing here, but it's been so much fun, and I decided that I'm not going to stop. I'm just going to, keep doing it, and I want to hit, like I said, a couple bigger races on the East Coast next year, and
Sure.
I say I've enjoyed the hell out of it. It's been a great year, and the people are phenomenal. The everybody's really, really fun.
Mm-hmm.
And it's really changed my outlook a lot on the whole scene. And that's what brought this whole conversation, this interview up in the first place was, what's it like with everybody else around the country and around the world? And
it's good. I think one of the things I enjoy most is just mingling and talking to people who are passionate about the same thing that I am. And then I meet at these races, and now that I've been going to more races, people, hey, Keenan, what's up? And have a beer with them and just shoot the shit for a little bit. And it's good to see them, especially like I come back to California. I see people I haven't seen for a few months or whatever, and it's good. I enjoy it. So definitely the people that we meet, because I'm definitely a people person. I like meeting people from around the world, especially people that are into RC. So I get it.
See, I'm getting to that point because I usually try to stay away from. I've always pretty much kind of kept to myself and my little group.
Mm-hmm.
But it's been, I said, the tremendous help. I've never really approached pros much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're doing their thing. They're busy. This is how they make their money. But I'm starting to realize that, I've always talked to Mayfield and them when because they're locals here. So, and I've watched them as they were kids when they first, I said, I've been doing this for so long. When they first started out, back at SRS days in the late 90s, when we were all doing 10 scale outdoors, back when Kinwald was really, dominating everything. I've been around them enough to feel like I can walk up and say, hey, blah, 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 and we shoot the shit and all that. But recently and lately, I've now understood that, they help out. You just have to go and talk to them. I mean, yeah, they're busy, but for the most part, almost everybody I've ever met, pro or non-pro, they'll help you out when you're at the tracks. I try to do the same. Revelations. I met this kid. We were doing Sidewinder, I think it was. Mom and dad, you could tell they didn't have, they were. They realized that the kids both their teenagers were getting into nitro, and the kid had this, I think it was a ready-to-run Losi, had a pull-start motor, and it was just, you could sit there watching him all day trying to start this thing. And I walked up and said, hey, there's somebody around here, there's enough Losi guys, borrow a Losi box, because he's struggling to get this thing fired up. So I found him a Losi box he could use for the day. Next thing you know, his mom went and bought him one out of the hobby store. And she's like, oh my God, these things are $100. I'm flat broke now. And I was like, hold on a minute. So I pulled my little carrying case off my starter box, and I said, here, have my carrying case. I gave him, I think, 2 or 3 sets. My friend Holly's here now. I gave him 2 or 3 sets of tires. But it's just, I've had people in my times when I've broken, especially when I first got into 8 scale, when I first moved from 10 scale to 8 scale, and I went to Fear Farm my first time. And I'd practiced with my Losi, I think it was a 2.0 or 3.0, a few times in the little backyard track that we call paddocks out here. And I went to Fear Farm my first time, and I think it was a big event. I think it was a JBRL or something like that. And during practice, I had came off the jump and into the pit lane and just demolished my front end of my Losi. And I only know a few people from 10 scale that were out there. And, I mean, it wasted it. The whole front end was just destroyed. Next thing you know, I had Tim Lime, Rodrigo Malagons, I think it's Team Mexico. They come running up to me going, "What happened? What do you need?" We got the parts, and they're handing me parts and helping me fix it. And then I went, that's when I realized, yeah, this is where I need to be. This is really cool. And ever since then, I've tried to do the same. I like watching kids get into RC, and when they're out there, especially Nitro, I'll see a kid and I'll instantly just go watch him and walk by him. "How's it going? You doing good?" You know, and one of the kids' dads this weekend walked up to me and he's like, he runs a Nova motor. And he's like, "They don't carry Nova plugs." I was like, "Well, I happen to have, here you go. I happen to have a couple extras." But this is the one thing about the RC scene, especially Nitro, because we don't have hobby stores at our tracks, and like most don't, or they, at least most that I know don't, that carry a whole lot of parts. So we kind of rely on each other out here a lot because our hobby store has no 8-scale parts. So we rely on each other a lot to, if you break something and you don't have it, well, somebody here is going to have it and just replace it later on or keep it, either one. And that to me is that's great sportsmanship. And it's really neat to see that happening. And it seems like it's happening more and more, at least what I see, but maybe it's because I travel more, so I'm around it more. But I think that's one great thing about this hobby that really separates it from a lot of different things. Like my friend Holly, she's my pit person. She came here because she's like, "Oh, you're gonna be recording." So,
What's up, Holly? How you doing?
He says, "Hi, Holly."
That's good, man. We need more people like that helping out children, helping out new people, because that's we want to keep them in the hobby. So I kudos for you for doing that, man. And I said,
I love watching. My first car was a Hornet back in like the mid '80s.
Mm-hmm.
And there was I lived up in Northern California, and we did slot car racing. We didn't have anything like this. When I moved to Arizona, like 90, 91, I ran into these guys with, I think it was T2 or something like that. And I went out to SRS, and I was like, "You got to be kidding me. You guys actually race these things?" And from then on, I've come and gone a few times and left for a few years and came back and then left for a few years. But it's always been something that I've always especially when Gas Truck came out. I still have my original Gas Truck sitting in my room right now from when I bought it.
What do you have?
In 90. I have both the RC10 GT.
Okay.
I bought it the first week it came out, and I have my XXX NT. Now, I bought that just a few years ago, but
Okay.
I have my original GT the first week it came out. We happened to be taking my daughter to SeaWorld in San Diego, and there was a hobby store. I can't remember. They used to advertise an RC car action, and you could order it online through the magazine. And the hobby store was based in San Diego. So we were taking my daughter to SeaWorld,
Mm-hmm.
and the RC10 GT just came out. And I told my wife, "Can we stop over here? I need to buy this car." And I still have it to this day.
Sweet.
It's gone through a few different motors, of course. But
Yeah. I don't have a GT in I have about 5 different gas trucks. So I don't have I got the Mugen. I got a mint Mugen MST1. I got 2 Adam Drake 2s in mint condition, one with a TQ chassis. I got a Adam Drake 1. I got a triple XNT. But they're just shelf
to me,
crates.
that's my favorite class of all time. Of all the years and the times I've ran, I'm a stadium truck guy. If it comes to 10 scale, I always want to race a stadium truck. But if Gas Truck ever made a comeback, I would be so on top of that. I think those things are just so much fun. It would be a hard press between that and my 8 scale. But I said times have changed in the 90s. When they came out and we were racing them out at SRS along with our stadium truck and our buggies, it was always a huge, huge class and just a lot of people and a lot of fun. back in the day.
Good stuff.
God, I'm getting old.
All right, Tiny. Well, we've gone way over our time limit, but that's all right because I enjoyed our conversation, and
thank you very much.
I really enjoy your attitude and outlook on RC, and I think if more people approach it the same way, they'll have a lot more fun and enjoy it a lot more. I'm not saying that they aren't, but I think you got the right attitude. So,
well, thank you.
Yeah. And I'm glad I got to talk to you because, you can't really get to know people on Facebook. So it's good to chat to you. What I would like you to do is just if you want to shout out and say thank you to anybody before we sign off, go ahead.
Man. First and foremost, obviously, my friend Holly Bartlett. She's been my pit person and my biggest supporter throughout. I've been doing Nitro now for like 5 or 6 years. Obviously, we got to thank Tony Schumacher for at least keeping us with a track and keeping 8 Scale alive here in Arizona, because otherwise, where would we be? Wild Bill, Monty Houston, all the local racers here, all the racers in California, Texas, and New Mexico I've been racing with, and the tracks that I've been going to. Thank you guys all for just welcoming me to your tracks, and I'm hope to see more people, meet new people, and get some new tracks in next year. And I hope to see everybody on the track soon again.
Yeah, man. Tony's track's really good.
Thank you.
No, don't thank me. I haven't done anything.
Nah, you put on a great show, and people tune in, and it keeps everybody interested and keeps us all really informed of what's going on.
I can't do it without the support of the people that listen, so I appreciate that as well. So thank you for your time. It was a great chat. I look forward to meeting you at DNC. And
yes, sir.
You guys check out Shawn, man. He's a great racer. He's got those cool little what are they called? Rubber band bracelets. And it's Braap life, man. Nitro is the glory. You know that.
Yes,
I love
sir.
it. All right, dude. Well, you have a good evening and keep on racing and keep on doing what you're doing, man. It's good stuff.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Awesome.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
We are now at that point of the show where you should fasten those seatbelts and put your big boy pants on.
Whoa. Things are about to get serious.
It's time for the JQ Racing Rant.
It's that time of the podcast. It's that time. It's the JQ Racing Rant, and Joseph's going to bore us about big races because he's been waiting for 3 whole weeks to say his second part of his... See, his rant wasn't bad enough. It actually has to be 2 podcasts long. But we don't have any Jeff Keaton on, and, this part of the podcast gets pretty rowdy, so... If you don't want little kids to listen to this, we totally understand. But back with us is Rupert Pumpernickels, and he's got his second part of the rant. So the floor is all yours, Joseph.
So long ago that I can't remember exactly. I'm not as passionate right now because the big $70 club race, which was Buggyland, it's been and gone. But I can try. We have this is mainly happening now in America. So this is centered a bit around the racing here in America. In Europe, it's different. There's almost the opposite problem, but we can talk about Europe too. But let's start with the racing here in America. 8 Scale Nitro. The problem we have right now is that we have competition. We, as in the RC industry, has competition. In the past, when I was a kid, RC cars was pretty much the coolest thing you could do because video games weren't that good. They weren't that realistic, but the RC car is real. It's real. You can control the car with the controllers, drive it around a miniature off-road track. Like, it's crazy. It was high-tech, crazy, coolest thing you could do, really, if you discovered it. Back then, people were building plastic scale models and shit, Like, it was just a different time. There was internet didn't exist, you know. Now we've got competition. Kids grow up, RC cars, that's not the coolest thing anymore, you know. You've got esports. People play video games, virtual reality games, video games online with people around the world. There's world championships. They can literally become millionaires playing video games. You know, it's a whole different thing. We have first-person view drone racing and drones, and you can make a lot of money doing those things because they're bigger than RC. It's also, of course, there are all the normal hobbies. You know, in America, there's, what do they play? Football and baseball and all that crap. We play ice hockey in Finland. All those normal hobbies too. So we've got so much competition. Also, maybe people don't even get hobbies. You know, they stay indoors. They play video games for fun. They just go on YouTube. They go online on all these different forums, Facebook, social media. You know, there are a lot of things that are taking up people's attention now.
Yes.
So what this has led to is a decline in the amount of people that enter RC racing, and also a decline in the amount of people who get in it, who stay in it and start racing. So I think what we should do as an industry is, yes, one thing is to get more exposure. Like, hey, we exist. This is what we do. And then someone gets interesting and gets a car. That's one thing. But that's not enough. The almost, I would say, more important thing right now is to make sure that those people who get a car and go to the track, maybe go to a race, that they enjoy themselves and they stick around. And this is the problem that I want to talk about now, because I have a feeling that most of the people who get into this quit. And they quit because it's not giving them the value and the enjoyment and satisfaction that it should. And that's because of two reasons. One, I think, you know, changes in culture and the time we live in, it's pretty hard and takes a lot of time and effort to learn all the things and really get into racing and, you know, mechanically get everything working right. And okay, what tires do I need here, and what setup do I need, and all of this shit, right? So it's hard, and people want instant gratification. Things need to be easy, you know. Everything's easy in the world now. They want this to be easy also. So that's already a hurdle to get over. So if you add to that the fact that the racing itself takes way too long, from the crack of dawn to 11 p.m. or whatever, and you don't get to drive that much, you don't get to race your friends that much, it's going to kill the interest for these people. Because it's like Max said when we went to the Proline JDRL. What was the quote? It was something like, "This race makes me want to quit racing." And I mean, it's true. Even the people who are in the hobby and who love it and who do it day to day, even they don't like these races. So how do we expect someone new to go and be all excited about it, then spend all day there, barely get any track time? It's just like they will start thinking like, I have better things to do with my time than this. And it's kind of hard anyway. Like, you know, fuck, I'll just, you know, I'll do something else. So we need to make it easier for people to get into it, get hooked, and continue racing. That's what I think. And so the problem over here now is, like we spoke about last time, too many big races. Everyone wants to be a big race. Everyone wants to be a series. And what that does is it reduces the amount of tracks that club race weekly. In the past, there would be club races, maybe even multiple. OCRC is a great example. They still do it. They race Wednesday nights, they race Friday nights, they race Sunday. 3 times a week they have club races, and some people go 3 times a week. Others have 1 or 2 days that they go in the week, but they consistently go to the track, and it's a laid back, friendly atmosphere. There are the local sort of hot shots, the local guys who are always there, and then new people come in. So new people come in, they go club race. It's easy. They get helped. They get support. It doesn't take all day. It's a few hours in an evening. They have fun. They get hooked. They start racing. That's what we need. That's what we need in 8 scale also. The problem right now is every freaking week there is a big race somewhere. So no tracks can club race here because all the drivers go to this big race. So this situation, yeah, it's great for the race promoters, but inadvertently, they aren't trying to sort of ruin the industry. Mm-hmm. They're trying to make money for themselves, yes. But what they are doing is actually, it's not just not helping the industry, it's hurting the industry, I think, because instead of club racing, we are doing these big races, which really suck for someone who's entering the scene. If the first race of someone is like the first JBRL of the season, I think it's like a 90% chance they will never race again, because it's a terrible race. Gates open 6 a.m., 7 a.m. There's like a new person isn't going to go and figure out to like go stand in line and then, you know, get on the track when there's an opening. And it's like the zoo practice in the morning. That's not going to work for them. Then they have 2 qualifiers in the main separated by like, I don't know, like 4 hours for the qualifying round. Then like 7 hours later, they have a 7-minute main. It's like, no, they won't come back. Let's face it. So for 8 scale Nitro, we need club racing, just like OCRC for 10 scale, need more club racing. The way to do that is basically, I think the tracks need to be the ones to change this, to go back to how it used to be. The tracks have to decide to, okay, you know what? No, thank you. We're not going to do this big race series. Like, we are going to do our own racing. And then they start club racing. So we have one track is club racing. They're actively club racing, pushing their own racing scene. Maybe they have 1 big race a year, but that's what they do. They club race. Maybe another track. No, thank you. We're not going to do this big race, quote unquote, big race series. We're going to do our club racing. Maybe if, let's say in California, if in this area, let's say 3 tracks decided to, no big race series. Let's just do our club racing. I think in a year's time, there'd be more active 8 scale Nitro races. I would really like to see something like this happen. I'd like to see if it makes a difference, because I'm pretty sure it would.
Well, let's be realistic. There's a lot more big 8 scale races than there was 20 years ago, 15 years ago. Yeah. There's a lot more big 10 scale 8 scale races than there was 5 years ago.
Yeah, and everybody, we have like the really big races where, you know, people travel from different states and even internationally. We have those. We already have many of those. Then additionally, we have these quote unquote big race series, you know, which just takes so much time, a bit of a higher entry fee, and the value isn't there. And to change that cycle, to change what's going on now, I think it takes the tracks just saying that, no, we aren't joining your series. We're doing our own club racing. And in the long term, that will help, I think.
So I get it. I get what you're saying. I get it. I definitely think, I don't have any club to go club racing. So I think anybody that can go do any bit of club racing is good. But how do these current big races? Okay, so basically your point is you're not really. I don't know how to put it.
Because see, either be a club race or be a big race. But these sort of fake big races that aren't actually big races, aren't giving the value to the people, not giving the enjoyment, just a higher entry fee, and you spend all day there and you do the same thing that you would do in a few hours in a club race. That is a problem now, because the industry isn't super healthy. Even in a super healthy time, it's not ideal. But right now, it's definitely not working for us.
Yeah. Well, it's like, I think it comes down to the situation like I kind of saw happening in the Carolinas. They had at one point too many tracks, right? I mean, they still kind of are saturated with tracks in that area and not enough racers. And what it came down to was maybe a guy got pissed off at this track and says, I can do it better. And he goes and builds a track an hour away from another track that's been around for 10, 15 years. And he gets all excited and he does it and he sees that it's not as easy to do. And then, but that track has already caused damage because he's taken racers from other tracks to come race at his track. So you have all these tracks, not enough races and not enough weekends to race at. And now I kind of see that with series. So now we're going to have another series on top of another series on top of another series. So every weekend, somebody's going to be able to go to a different big series of a race. And like, I just don't know how people can afford to do that, to be honest. Then go to big races on top of that. So of course, club racing suffers. Now, yeah, man, we got to just, every race doesn't have to be a big race, man. Everybody's shooting to be the next DNC, or we want to have 1,000 entries at this race. And you know what I want in 2020? Here's my rant in 2020, right? And it kind of coincides with what you're talking about. Can we please fucking stop saying we got 600 entries at a race? Can we stop that? Trying to boost our numbers and sound like we have 600 fucking people at a race? And can we just say, oh yeah, we had 600 entries, but there were 275 participants? Because I'm fucking tired of it. Like, seriously, when somebody says to me, oh, there was 600 entries at this race, I was like, how many people were there? Because I can go see on Live RC. We're like fooling ourselves. We really are. Oh, we had 600 entries. No, we didn't have 600. When you say that to somebody who doesn't know anything about RC, wow, 600 people at that race? That's big. No, we didn't have 600 people. We had 200. They all raced 300. They all raced 3 classes. Can we stop doing that? Sorry, that was my rant.
I know. I completely agree with you.
It's so fucking stupid. It's one of my biggest pet peeves, man. And I've just started correcting people when they say, well, how many entries was that? I was like, I don't want to enter someone who's how many participants.
Yeah, but see, but
that kind of leads to the whole thing. We're just fooling ourselves. Like,
let's think about the Nitro scene in Southern California right now.
Mm-hmm.
Race, like this race coming up now, this Kyosho race at Revelation. I wonder how many people they can get, like 70. And this is like, quote unquote, a big race, you know?
I didn't know they were having a Kyosho race there, but anyway.
I mean, JBRL, or no, the Buggyland, big race. How many did they have there? Like, people. I can't remember now.
I think like
around 100,
mm-hmm.
maybe a bit less, I think. That was a big race, you know, big names, people flying in, promotion. OCRC Sunday club race. Sunday club race starts 3 p.m., done by 8. You know, anyone can go. Sunday, afternoon to evening, right? Over 100 people.
Really?
Yes. It's just a club race.
Yeah.
You know, that's a healthy club racing scene. 3 times a week, you have, 50 people, 70 people, over 100 people. Like, it changes, right? There's always races there, always people, always new people coming in. There's a rookie class. That's what we need. We don't need another race series. No. We don't need another, $50 club race.
I don't know, man. It's like everybody's trying to make money off races nowadays. And it's all a big dick measuring contest to see how many entries they can get.
Well, over here, actually, Revelation Raceway started doing that. Like, they said no to all the race series. They said, no, we don't want to participate. And they started club racing now. But they only do it once a month.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it should be once a week. Just, if 7 people show up in the beginning, so be it.
Don't they do...
Just start doing it. and
Yeah,
then
people
people
will
will start showing up. That's what I think. Like
They do
once a week.
Tuesday night nationals every week at Hot Rods.
Yeah, Hot Rod Tuesday Night National. Just start doing that. More tracks should start doing that, I think.
Yeah,
I think it really would help.
Work with the tracks around them. Like, don't obviously.
Yeah. So they all pick a different day, and then they race on different days. And that's it. I think that's going to help a lot.
I think, and I think the SoCal scene's actually healthy. I mean, we went to a Tuesday night nationals, and it was a good bit of people there racing,
Yeah.
So I don't know, man. I think we just keep.
But you see, when that's another thing. So when there are too many of these like fake big races and actual big races, there's too many weekends in a row of people racing. So then they don't want, when there's no race, they don't want to go to the track and club race.
Mm-hmm.
You know? So they don't. And what also helps a lot is when the fast guys club race.
Yeah.
Because it gives the new people and the regular hobbyist, it gives someone to look up to and goals like, oh, I want to be like that guy. Also, it gives them someone to ask questions at the track. It gives them someone to watch and learn from. It helps a lot when the fast guys go to race. And when they don't, that's sort of when it starts dwindling and dying, and then there's no club racing anymore. Because also the track organizer or the track owner, race organizer, they kind of lose motivation a bit, like, oh, no one's showing up, like none of the pros want to race here, and it kind of fades away a bit. I've noticed that too.
Going back to frequency of racing, I am a big believer in absence makes the heart grow fonder. So I'll use here in the Dominican Republic as an example. Now, we resurrected Frank Lozada resurrected RC from dead. It didn't exist in 2014. It had stopped. Everybody stopped racing. There were no tracks. People had cars, but racing was done. It went pretty healthy. And when I say healthy, maybe 35 racers at a race at one point. I know that doesn't sound like a lot, but it's DR. We're not a big, this is a third world country. Middle class, the upper middle class and upper class have disposable income. And you have people like me scraping by to race on a budget. So we raced, you opened this track in 2014. It started off with just like 15 people racing, maybe not even that, just nitro buggy. Maybe had 3 truggies, a couple e-buggies, whatever. One track. You came to that track in 2016. Things grew. I built my track up here. Lewis built his track in 360. And so we had 3 tracks. I only got 2 races at my track because nobody really liked to come even though I had the better track, nobody wanted to come all the way up here on the North Coast, which I understand because the majority of the races were done on the South Coast. Now, I think they made one big mistake in the order because Lewis kind of 360 was like a for-profit track. It was, you had to pay rent and you had a hobby shop, and you had to get races going on. They decided, we're going to race. We're going to have a championship, and it's going to be 2 races a month, and you have to attend each race. If you don't, there'll be no drops. Now, previously, there were it was supposed to be maybe a 6 race series through the summer, and maybe 1 race every month or 1.5 months, depending, like some races that got rained out or whatever, but it was more laid back. I mean, there's lots of things to do here in the DR on a weekend, So you're competing with that. And RC is expensive here. Like guys we're into it, but guys like me were really into it. Racing 3 classes, all that type of stuff. I'm a lunatic like that. But I couldn't afford to race twice a month because I had to, it cost me $100 in fuel just to go down there and back, So I think they started racing because they wanted, we it was just we need to make more entries and we need to make more money and all this type of stuff, right? So they started racing more, and just people just they just stopped racing altogether. Like, well, shit, I'm out of the championship. I'm not gonna win. I missed this race because I have this to do this weekend or something. And it's dead. It's gone. RC's gone. We're trying to resurrect it. It's gone. because they just got too greedy. They wanted to race too much, and that's because people they just wanted to come down every month or every month and a half and race.
Yeah.
And I think that was the biggest mistake. They've tried to race too much and tried to make it like this series that you had to attend all the races. If you didn't, you couldn't drop. I mean, we raced a 3-race series and you could drop 2, which may not sound good to you, but it's the Dominican Republic. Things are laid back here, and we just don't have RC anymore. We're scraping together to get a track now, and it's just, I keep saying, I got to stop that. But yeah, it's just like what you said. Everybody's racing every weekend, and then the last thing they want to do is go race a club race. And then I'm not going to waste my time racing some club race. I got this bigger race to go to. And that's a sad thing. Because club racing is fun. And I think people are very fortunate to be able to club race. Coming from a guy that can't even do that. I give my left testicle to have a indoor or outdoor carpet track right now that I could go race some 10 scale on.
Yeah, it's just so amazing to be in Southern California, really. Like, I skipped last year.
Mm-hmm.
So last year I wasn't here. Now I'm back. It's just, you can go to the track every single day.
Yeah.
And you can race four times a week. So it's still good. It's just that it's like 10 scale is really good.
Yeah.
8 scale side, it really is suffering. And the top guys, they don't say it to, the people who are running the races and stuff. They don't say these things to them. But they say it in the pits. But then they have to go, and they're sponsored and this and that, and they need to go. But you don't see, Mayfield and Rivkin and Cavalieri. They don't, race all the races,
Yeah.
Because it sucks.
Well, they have other races to attend as well.
Yeah, but even when on a free weekend, they don't want to go.
Well, because they want to have a day off as well. I don't know, Joe. I don't know what the solution is, because everyone wants to be a big race. I think
I just told you.
I know. I said I think that's one of the, but that's just in SoCal.
Organizers, yeah, but it will work anywhere where this problem occurs. The racetracks, they are the key. Typically, it's not these series that go around. They rely on the tracks.
I don't know. You know what? I find it funny because sometimes I hear people complaining, "Oh man, all these tracks are racing on top of each other and this and that," and I get that. Or this track is shitty and I don't like to go there. And I'm just like, man, you guys just don't know how fortunate you are to have tracks, multiple tracks to go to and races to choose from. They don't know. I know. I miss racing. I think the most fun I had racing was when I was in the UK, and it would be a Tuesday night. My buddy Anthony, if I didn't I would get to do this once a month because I'd have a Tuesday night off or whatever. I can't remember. I probably had to go work in the morning. I can't remember. But yeah, I would be working. I'll be on day shift. So I would get off at 1 or something. I can't remember what time I got off. And I'd go up to my room, get my stuff ready. He'll come pick me up. And then we'll go out, to Silverstone for a club race. I had so much fun doing that. It was once a month. I love to have something like that. Here you are. You're in the mecca of RC. You can go racing. Tomorrow's Wednesday. You can go spend the whole day. People, I didn't realize this when I went this last race. You can go to OCRC and work, literally work, and just watch RC all day. And then you could think, I'm going to go drive my car. Go drive, go sit down, and go back to work. If, you could do that. Literally. You could literally do a Facebook Live from OCRC tomorrow. I
could. Well, that internet kind of sucks in that. Actually.
Yeah, but you get what I'm saying. It's really an awesome facility. I like it. I can see why people just race 10 scale. Leave your stuff there, have your everything there. You can hang out, you can have fun. If I lived in that area, I'd be big into 10 scale. I wouldn't be running pink pinions, but I would be big into 10 scale.
You might be actually.
I wouldn't run. I don't think I'll get into stock. I would probably run a lesser turn motor just to be, like you said, to drive fast, to be able to control. And then I'd still go race Tuesday night nationals at Hot Rod and stuff like that. So Yeah, I guess there's so many big races, but no, I don't think that's going anywhere. And every big race is struggling to get one top driver there. Oh, we need to get this one top driver there so we can make our race extra special so people could come to our race.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we're putting the carriage before the horse. And a lot of things. And yes, like you said, we have to grow our hobby. We have to do that, but we also have to have somewhere for these people to go, which is why I'm going to toot the horn, which I really like what RCGP done with the track and club directory, which people can still sign up for. That's still on the website, right? I believe, yeah. Because that's what's needed. You said once, I'll never forget that. You said, you used motocross as an example. Because yes, people can go buy bikes from the shop. Well, where do they learn about motocross? They learn about motocross at their local tracks. From people there. They learn how to ride. They learn how to wrench on their bikes. Well, it's the same with RC. So I tell you who has a really healthy 8-scale club racing scene. It's Indy RC in Dallas, I think. They do Sunday night races. I might be wrong, but they club race throughout the week, and then they have like a sportsman cup, or they had a sportsman cup on a Sunday. But they also do oval racing as well and all that type of stuff. They have a really healthy 8-scale off-road scene, in my opinion, from what I've seen online and talking to guys there. So it's around, but yes, I agree. If everybody is waiting to go to a big race, then the club races suffer. And then even the club races have to make it worthwhile for people to come as well. So
yeah, man.
And please, people, I know I went on my tangent. Can we stop fucking throwing up entry numbers, please? I know it sounds good. It sounds great, but it's a lie. It's a freaking lie. It's a freaking lie. All right. Do you have anything else to say about your rant, Joseph? We need to lively up these rants a bit more. We need to find a third person. Maybe Keaton might come back, but I don't know, man. Keaton, he gets a little carried away sometimes. You know? I don't know.
Yeah, Keaton is normally good, yeah. Keaton is good for the runs.
I think he'd probably be in agreement with us on this one, but he would twist it up somehow, some way. I think he's getting warm. I think he's getting warmed up. I was talking to him the other day. It's like, I'm getting the itch to come back and race. He's in Alaska or something. I don't know what the hell he's doing in Alaska. He said, I'm going to Alaska. It's like 15 degrees. I said, yeah, I wouldn't be going to Alaska right now. Anyway, guys, this is episode number 55. We probably aren't going to do a podcast before Christmas. So all of you, Merry Christmas. What are you doing for Christmas, Joseph?
Nothing. Being evicted, I think.
Yeah, you got to find a place to stay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it'll be a quiet Christmas for me. I enjoy Christmas. You all have a good Christmas. Remember, guys, the new Patreon is up. Thank you to everybody that has become a patron. The people that are patrons, they got early release of the interview with Anthony Westergaard. Thank you to Anthony Westergaard for coming on. Appreciate your time. I might do a best.
So,
sorry.
No podcast next week or the next. When is the next one? 8th or the 15th of January?
Probably the 8th of January. You'll see. I got to line up some guests, but I need a little break myself. Recharge the batteries. So
2 weeks off and best of podcast release somewhere.
Yeah, it might be a best of. I'm going to work on that in the time now, in between there and all. You know what people did? I got a lot of comments. People enjoyed my last pit walk with my new voice recorder. Well, now, you know what they wanted? They said, we want that with video. So if I go to DNC, that's going to be my goal. Pit walks with video.
Okay.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Thank you guys for all the support, man. We greatly appreciate it. It's been an awesome year. Thank you, Joseph, for everything that you've done, helping get this and your time that you put into this, even though, we get in fights and I want to kill you most of the time. But I appreciate your time. I appreciate everybody that supported us. I see people rocking the No Name RC podcast shirts. You sent me the picture of that dude from OCRC wearing it the other day. Just got my buddy down in Costa Rica, just got his. He's all excited. We need to get some shirts, Joseph. People want these shirts. When can we expect another batch of shirts?
I don't know.
That's
maybe January.
Yeah. What are we gonna do? A different design, right?
Yeah.
I need to get some decals too. People are asking about decals. I want beer koozies. That's what I want. Oh yeah. Can you get that done?
No.
What? All right. I'll talk to my.
You don't need beer koozies.
Why not?
Just don't.
What? Because you did it and it didn't work.
Oh, it worked.
I was using my JQ Racing beer koozie the other day.
Yeah.
You should have made them for bottles because you can fill down. Josh Garbutt gave me one for the Blue Ridge Nationals. Very nice. He had like bottle ones made, and you just pull it down, and it looks like your beer has a cape. It works great.
Cool.
Thank you to all of our sponsors that have been by our side the last year. I'd like to shout out to RCMX Online, Euro RC, Assault RC, Tekno RC, JQ Racing USA, of course, Bipolar Designs, BK Servos, 454 RC Works, Papa Willie's Traction Tonic, and RC Raceworks. Remember, we are looking for more sponsors, so if you think you want to be a part of this podcast and help your company, please contact us and we will work something out for you. And of course, it's impossible to do this without the amazing support that has been shown to the podcast, to myself throughout the year, through messages, through the support, through sharing, even when I go to races, all the people rocking the decals. Man, the hashtag NNRC Squad, I love you guys, honestly. I appreciate everything you guys do. I appreciate that you enjoy the content that we bring. I hope you guys have learned something from what we talk about. Yes, maybe we talk a lot of crap at some points, but I hope the actual content interviews that we bring shows you something different about RC. And that's, at the end of the day, that's my main goal. That was the main goal for bringing you this podcast. And thank you for the awesome year, guys. Honestly, I from the bottom of my heart, I don't even know how to say it any deeper. Without you guys, none of this is possible. And just keep rocking it, man. Keep sharing it. Keep listening. Let's spread the No Name RC podcast love. We're going to be working hard in 2020. We're definitely working on some new things for you guys to be more involved in. And yeah, we look forward to bringing you some great content in 2020. We got some good guests lined up. I got a list of guests that I want to get on here. So we're going to be busy, man. It's going to be a busy 2020. Looking forward to it. All right, Joseph, you have nothing else to add?
No, I'm designing shit now.
Yeah, he's going in science. He's going in science mode. All right, guys, remember, Nitro's the glory, but e-buggy pays the bills. If you ain't grinding, you're sliding. Thank you for all the support. Enjoy your holidays. Lefty out.
Next year, e-buggy is going to pay my bills.
Yeah, well, you need to get some out there in order for that to happen. So, all right. Goodbye, everybody.
Thank you for listening to the No Name RC podcast. Please tune in next time for more fresh RC content. And if you can, please also support us on patreon.com/The Quay Grain. We will greatly appreciate it. And don't forget, Nitro is the glory.